Oh, yeah.
Morena, everyone. I'm just going to start off by going through some health and safety rules for our Commissioner, David Hill. If the alarm sounds, obviously, there's 2 exits on our right. Straight across the road is our assembly point. The toilets are outside, and you go right and opposite the elevator on your right-hand side of the toilets. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Morning, everybody. And just before we start, we'll ask Carlo to do a karakia. Thank you, Carlo.
Morena kia tātou, ko tai mai ki tēnei hui, kia koutou ngā kai whakawā o tēnei rā, o tira ki o mātou kaumahi o te kaunihira, me o mātou mema o te hapori, nau mā haramai I wanganui a tātou, I tēnei wā o Matariki, ka whai whakaaro mō rātou, kua whetū rangitia, mā po hutu kaua e tiaki I a rātou, mā hiwa e aki mai nei ki enei kōrero no reire e mihi ane ki a tātou. So just acknowledgements to us all this morning. Welcome to these hearings, to our commissioners, to our workers, and also to the members of the public who will be participating in this proceedings. Just wish you all the best. At this time of Matariki, we always think of those who have departed, so hopefully they'll look down upon us and give us good proceedings, make sure we get to the end safely and soundly without anybody getting beaten up. But also at this time we think about Pohutu Kawa, that's the star that looks after those who have gone before us, but also Hiwa I Te Rangi that looks after all the decisions we'll be making into the future. So it's just those good thoughts that I'd like to start you guys off with. So we'll do a short prayer just to start you off and then leave you to carry on, and after that, if you bugger it up, it's your fault. Anyway, me nai tātou, let us pray. Tauake rā te moana nei e pāpaki ana ki te ākau tangata. Kake ngā waka ka mauri te tohu ki te arearenga o mauau. He pauheringa mau, he pauhonanga mau, kia herea ki te pono, kia herea ki te tika, kia mau, kia ita, kia u. Haumi e hui e, tā iki e.
Manua mai a te putanga o Matariki. Manua mai a te ariki o te rangi. Manua mai a te mātahi o te tau. Tihei mauri ora. Ka tuku whakamoemiti ki te wāhi naro. I ngā manaakitanga kua uwhia nei ki runga I a tātou katoa. E te kaitiaki o te karakia, aha koa kua naro ia. E te pautaka waenga o te kaunihira o Tauranga, Kālo. Tēnei te reo whakamanua e pari atu nei ki a koe. Mō I whakarite I tā tātou nohoanga, I tauai te rongomau ki rungi I a tātou. E tika ana ki a mihi a koe, nei rā mihi ka rere. E mihi ana ki te rangi, e mihi ana ki te whenua, e mihi ana ki ngā wai o te moana a toi. Toi te huatahi, toi te kai rākau. E te whare kaunihira e tū nei, e te papa e takoto ake nei, tēnā kōrua. He poroporo ake tēnei ki o tātou mate, e nā hui atu rai kua riro atu ki te pōnui, ki te pōroa, ki te pō e au ai te moe. Haere, haere, whakanaru atu rā. Tēnā, kia hoki mai ki a tātou, ki ngā kanohi ora o te hunga kua oki. Tēnā koutou katoa. E nā hika, e nā haukainga o tēnei whenua taurikura, e mihi ana. Kei taku tiamana, Kei aku kai komihana, tēnei te reo mihi e rere atu nei ki a koutou. E mihi ana ki ngā muka tangata, kua whiria nei e tā tātou kaupapa whakahirahira, tēnā koutou. E mihi ana ki te kaupapa o te rā, ārā, ko te panonitanga nama toru tukau mā toru o te māhere matua o te kaunahera nei. Kāti, me whakahoki te rākau ki te tiamana i nai nei, kia tukuna ai ana kupu whakataki. Nā reira, e nā hauewha, e nā tangata katoa, nā manaakitanga o te wā o Matariki ki a koutou katoa. Just wanted to start by acknowledging the words that were given by Carlo and the karakia he gave, and then did some acknowledgements of those that had gone before, of the place that we are, Tumuana or Atoi, as well as the tangata whenua here, the council building, and all of us that have gathered here today for Plan Change 33.
Right, thank you. And if anyone's going to beat anybody up, my privilege as chair is offering my other commissioners to go first. Morning, everybody. My name's David Hill, and I'm obviously chairing this this particular independent hearing panel into PC 33. And just to introduce my co-commissioners, Vicky, thank you.
Kia ora no koutou. He uri tēnei no ngā puhi, no Ngāti Pākehā anō hoki, I tupu ake au I Pukukohe, kei matakana e noho ana I nai nei. He roia tūtahi au, he kai komihana anō hoki, ko Vicky Morrison Shaw tōku ingoa. So I have whakapapa to ngā puhi through hokianga, and I also have whakapapa of European descent. Grew up in Pukukohe, and I work as a barrister soul as well as a commissioner. Good to meet you all.
Morning, Fraser Campbell's my name. I'm a professional engineer based in Northland. I've lived in a number of parts of New Zealand, but I'm originally from Auckland, small town just north of here. And I'm looking forward to the next 2 days. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm Richard Knott, Independent Commissioner, background in planning, urban design and historic heritage, based in Papakura. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm David Hill. I'm a full-time independent commissioner. Many years ago, I was an anthropologist, but I seem to have lost my way quite fundamentally since then. So I have done a number of hearings over the years, amongst other things for Tauranga, so I'm not unfamiliar with the issues that we're going to be facing through PC 33 now and later on in the second tranche of hearings, which commence in early October on the current schedule. So we've been appointed by council as independent hearing commissioners, subject to the I was going to say bizarre legislation amendments, but I won't say that, even though we're online. So we'll scrub that from the record, won't we? But yes, we are here obviously under the amendment to the Resource Management Act dealing with these issues, and that is what is in front of us, and that is what we shall do. So those brief introductions. Just a reminder that we are online and will be online throughout. So this is being recorded, and I have no idea whether anybody else is online. Do we have any idea who's online? Is this something which we know or don't know? They won't. Right, okay, they're not quite online yet. Well, that's very, in that case, I can say what I want to say, can't I? No, I won't do that. All right, so that's us. So let's just introduce the council team, if you would, and then we can go from there. Oh, I should introduce, sorry, I should just Carolyn, do you want to introduce yourself? No, right. All right, in that case, Janine or Andrew.
I'll kick off. Andrew Mead. I am the manager here of the City Planning and Growth team. The name of the team changes quite often, so sometimes I need to think about what it's called. The Plan Change 33 is run out of my team, out of Janine's part of the team, and she'll introduce herself shortly. just a little bit of background about myself. I grew up here in Tauranga, so lived here most of my life. To go away for a bit of study, a bit of work, but I've been back here working for Tauranga City Council in various roles for about the last 15 years.
Morena tātou. My name is Janine Speedy. I'm the team leader of city planning at Tauranga City Council. I've been at council for 8 years now, and nearly 4 years now in the team leader role. And that whole time has been policy, RMA policy, and leading plan changes. I'm also Tauranga Moana born and bred. Went away for a few years and have come back. Kia ora.
Morena, I'm Tim Fisher from Simpson Gresson, legal counsel for Tauranga City Council. I've been advising this council one way or another since about 2008, so a good long history with this council, and have been involved in advising in particular on this legislation. I noted the chair's description with interest and perhaps a bit of agreement, but we won't make any more comments that we need to scrub off the record either. So I'll just be presenting some legal submissions, and I'll sit through the 2 days of this hearing for any assistance I can provide.
Right, thank you. Right, all right. Let's move then into formal business in that case, shall we? So we're over to council.
Thank you. Just one thing I'll mention, there are members of my team in the room. If there are questions that I'm unable to answer, I will be asking them. They are the brains behind a lot of the particular sections of the plan change. In terms of Tauranga City Council's opening statement this morning, Andrew Mead will begin with an overview, providing you with the Tauranga context of growth over time. And then I will go into an opening statement, which will be around providing the real context of the general approach that we have taken, including the timeline, the various zones, and an overview of qualifying matters. And then I'll hand over to Tim Fisher, who will provide some context around the jurisdictional boundaries for council and implementing the plan change and legislation. So I'll hand over to Andrew first.
Okay, just before you do that, just to, I guess, just put on the record that 3 of the commissioners are obviously relatively familiar with the legislation and working under it. It's Richard, Vicky and myself are sitting on IPIs across the country. I think Fraser has not yet blooded himself with respect to that. So whilst it's tempting to us for some of us to say, well, we know all that, carry on, you should go more slowly because one of the commissioners doesn't have that same familiarity.
Okay. As Janine has mentioned, I'm going to kick off with a bit of the, I guess, the broader kind of strategic context that this plan change sits within in terms of Tauranga, what's happening in Tauranga and the growth of the city. So you'll have my evidence. I don't plan to go through it in minute detail, but I'm going to pull out, I guess, what are the kind of key highlights and the key points that I think would be useful for you to be aware of. So just starting there with, in the background section, the fact that Tauranga is actually one of the smallest territorial authorities in New Zealand, but despite that, it's one of the largest in terms of population, and it's faced quite sustained levels of population and urban growth for a number of decades. And that's been driven by strong inward migration, particularly from that Auckland region, but other parts of New Zealand as well. All of our projections going forward, be that from Stats New Zealand or other providers, project that growth will continue on, and that's what we're planning for. In June 2022, our population was around about 160,000. We see that growing by more than 50,000 people to over 210,000 people over the next 30 years. With the growth that Tauranga has experienced, particularly recently over the sort of last 10 years, we have had extreme increases in house prices. And now we are the least affordable city in New Zealand when you compare house prices to incomes. We've also seen quite considerable demographic changes. These changes are happening across New Zealand, but are probably more extreme in Tauranga, particularly the ageing of the population. And we've also seen a predominance of much smaller households moving forward. So a lot of 1 and 2 person households. And I think both of these factors around affordability and smaller households demonstrate the need to provide smaller, more affordable homes. I'll talk a little bit later about what type of homes we have in the city and have been built generally, which are a lot larger. One of the issues we have in Tauranga is that we face quite significant physical development constraints. I mean, you just look out the window and you can see all the water. So we have our harbour, we have our open coast, we have a number of hills and gullies, wetlands, streams and rivers, etc. And this vastly limits our growth opportunities. And I guess that means we need to make the best use of the developable land that we have, and a lot of that is already developed, and therefore we're talking about intensification. I think what's pretty key to Tauranga's growth story has been around the existing district plan provisions, our city plan provisions, which generally are not consistent with our emerging land use strategies, our current land use strategies, particularly around promoting intensification. I'll talk a bit about what we've been doing through Plan Change 26 to address that, which has now become Plan Change 33. I think the growth in Tauranga is set in the context of our wider sub-regional story in the Western Bay sub-region, which incorporates, excuse me, the neighbouring Western Bay District Council and Tauranga City. We have a partnership through what we call Smart Growth across those two councils, the Regional Council, whose building we are in today, and a number of central government agencies. Now, that is a sub-regional growth management partnership, and through that partnership, we recently undertook a significant project called the Urban Form and Transport Initiative. That project was around, I guess, resetting our integrated transport and urban form story, and getting, I guess, a renewed commitment from central government to progressing how we will progress growth within Tauranga and that broader sub-region. One of the key concepts, which was, I guess, reaffirmed through UFD, was the need to intensify our city, and also it was acknowledged that we will also continue to grow outward to some degree, but as we grow outward, that outward growth needs to be at higher densities as well. And there's a key linkage there with transport outcomes, and if we don't achieve those higher residential densities, as well as employment densities, we will not be able to support well-functioning multimodal transport systems, particularly public transport systems. One of the key actions in UFD was to deliver this plan change that we're working through today. So this is quite a milestone of getting to the hearing that we're in. Just going to skip now to the section around assessing development capacity. Now, this is a matter that will come up in some detail through the second hearing, but I just want to touch on it today as it's relevant, I think, in terms of the general strategic context, and also the work that we've done on our housing and business assessment. So we're quite conscious that there's a substantial difference between what will be plan-enabled development capacity coming out of Plan Change 33 versus what will actually be realised through actual development that happens on the ground. We suspect that only a portion, and possibly just a small portion of what is plan-enabled, will actually be realised, and there's a range of factors for this, and I'm sure you're aware of some of those. but such as infrastructure constraints, development feasibility constraints for developers around profitability and risk, some of the high development costs that are faced in parts of the city, particularly dealing with kind of issues like flooding and natural hazard risk. Ground conditions are another big one that inhibit development feasibility. We have a range of restrictive covenants across our city, which make further subdivision and development quite difficult, and particularly in some of the newer suburbs. And we've got quite a bit of fragmented land ownership. So a lot of the city has been subdivided and then subdivided again, and then sometimes subdivided again. So that means bringing together sites through site amalgamation can become challenging. In terms of Plan Change 33, these matters will be addressed in some greater detail through our Section 42A report, but they are quite relevant in terms of the conclusions that we've reached through our housing and business capacity assessment. Now, this is a requirement of the NPSUD and is effectively a prelude into our future development strategy. So it's effectively a stock take of how much growth are we facing in the city versus how much capacity do we have to manage that growth. So we completed an updated housing and business assessment earlier this year. Overall, for our sub-region, it's demonstrated that we need to deliver over 40,000 new homes over the next 30 years, and around 34,000 of those homes are expected to be in Tauranga City. When we compare this to currently what we have zoned in terms of development capacity and taking into account all of those factors I mentioned before, that will influence realisation, and also looking at the additional capacity that we're looking to zone through this plan change and through other greenfield projects, we still have a substantial shortage of development capacity, both in the short term, in the medium term, and all the way out into that long term over the 10 to 30 year period. So this plan change is very critical in helping us to contribute to resolving that issue, but is not the full answer to that problem. A number of the other projects that we're looking to progress to address our housing supply challenges are, I guess, tied up heavily with the requirement for amended government policy, or in particular government investment. For example, significant state highway investment needs to occur to unlock growth out in the Western Corridor, including the Tauranga West urban growth area. Engagement discussions with government partners on these matters is ongoing, and this matter will be addressed further through our Smart Growth Future Development Strategy, which is currently underway. Just want to turn quickly back to some of the growth patterns that we've seen in Tauranga. I think one of the key points is that, compared to the older cities like Auckland or Wellington, Christchurch, Dunedin, we're a very young city. Most of the growth in the city has happened from 1990s onwards. That growth has been pretty rapid. Generally, it's been managed through the conversion of rural land into new suburbs. But we've also seen over that time, as I suggested earlier, a lot of infill subdivision where the original thousands, quarter acre blocks or 800 square metre blocks have been subdivided down into smaller blocks over time, resulting in that fragmentation that I mentioned. What we're also seeing is in greenfield areas, sections getting much smaller. Typically sort of 15 years ago, sections were in the 600-700 square metre range. Sections now, are in that 200 to 300 square metre range generally. Despite all of that, we're still seeing a predominance of standalone dwellings. Also a lot of retirement villages, a lot of single-storey development. More than 70% of new dwellings are still single-storey, and very few apartments are being developed and consented. So I guess the story there is that Plan Change 33 is a long game. We're not going to see immediate large shifts in what type of development occurs in the city, we don't think. And I think I've mentioned those private covenants. So I'm just going to move now on to a little bit of the backstory around Plan Change 26. And certainly there were a few tears around this. We'd spent probably, from this one, 3 years. I was going to suggest 2 years. 3 years working on a significant intensification plan change, which was aligned with the UFT project to enable more infill and intensification opportunities across our city, particularly targeting duplex and terraced housing development quite generally, and apartment development in our city centre and down out to Papa Peninsula out to Greerton. While there was very strong alignment between that plan change and this one, we didn't quite and couldn't quite find a way to bridge the gap and tick all the boxes to make it consistent with the MDRS and the other requirements. So unfortunately, we had to withdraw that plan change, rethink our approach, and notify Plan Change 33. There are a range of intensification spatial plans which have been wrapped up into Plan Change 33. So at the same time we were doing UFT, we did a large significant planning exercise for the Te Papa Peninsula, which is, I guess, blessed with the right attributes for intensification, being a quite central multimodal transport links, schools, hospitals, universities, polytechs, and a lack of natural hazard constraints, which is quite a rarity across our city. So that was built into Plan Change 26 and has now come into Plan Change 33. More recently, we completed a spatial plan for the Otamotai, the broader Otamotai suburbs. Again, the land use outcomes of that have been wrapped up into Change 33, and particularly around the additional height and density around some of the centres in those suburbs. And we're currently going through a spatial planning exercise for basically the Mount and Arataki kind of suburbs, all the way from Moa down to effectively around the Bay Fair area. Plan Change 33 here in this case is sort of leading the spatial plan in terms of the land use outcomes around centres, and particularly the vexed question about whether or not there should be additional height and density around the Mount Town Centre, which is a subject of a number of submissions, both for and against, which will be considered through the second hearing. In terms of greenfield development, though, our greenfield projects are going through separate planning processes, although there is a high probability that we will look to do a variation to Plan Change 33 to enable the development of the Tauranga West urban growth area, which was scheduled to be notified in September this year, but may be subject to some revised timeframes. So through UFT, a number of greenfield areas, both in Tauranga City and in the Western Bay District, were, I guess, reaffirmed as being required and being sensible areas to grow moving forward. So those include in Tauranga City, Tauranga West, Kenyon Road, the smaller Upper Ohawiri area, and the quite large Tutumu area. Planning for all of these areas is extremely complex. Tutumu, we faced some quite significant complexities around Maori land issues and Maori land court processes, and to be frank, some quite different views amongst different people around, you know, what type or if development should proceed. In Tauranga West, we've faced significant issues around largely state highway planning and investment, and also more recently around changes in national direction around fresh water. Both of those issues now are sort of to the point of, I wouldn't say being resolved, but going in the right pathway, and we're more confident about moving forward with those projects. I guess the point to make in terms of the relevance for this plan change is that continually we're seeing delay and the ability to release more greenfield development potential, making, I guess, infill and intensification opportunities all that more important. I'll just quickly wrap up now. So I guess in summary, Plan Change 33 is a core component of delivering sufficient housing capacity to meet our future growth projections. However, it won't be sufficient in its own right and will be complemented by a range of other planning initiatives and housing initiatives. Our housing challenge, though, is much broader than just the requirement to provide sort of X number of new homes. There's a significant need for smaller and more affordable homes to address our demographic and ageing population challenges, housing affordability challenges, and the challenges around the cost of construction. Plan Change 33 will enable much more diverse and innovative range of housing to be delivered. And therefore, we expect this to positively contribute to the city's broader housing challenge. I'll just leave my comments there, open to any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mead. Questions? Yep.
Just one for me. In terms of 914, where you were talking about the spatial planning process for the Mount, I just wonder whether you could sort of explain a bit more how that's, so you're saying that's been informed by PC 33. I just sort of wanted to understand how the two things work together, because it seems sort of counterintuitive, obviously, but I recognise the timescale. So if you could just expand upon that a little bit, thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. Effectively, it's a timing issue. Ideally, we would undertake our more strategic spatial planning exercise first, look to the outcomes of that, and then drive that into the more detailed planning process, such as a plan change. However, the requirements for this plan change mean that we have to deliver additional height and density in accordance with Policy 3 around key centres. A number of those key centres are located in that Mount Maunganui area. So you've got the Mount Town Centre, you've got Bayfair, for instance, and there's some other shops at Tweed Street, a centre around there. So we have to look at the outcomes for those centres as part of this plan change, and that's why this plan change is sort of leading in terms of the land use component of the spatial plan, and it's being, I guess, concurrently the spatial planning process is underway and has been underway for some time. Just the conclusion of that process will be, I guess, beyond the kind of this hearing stage of this process.
What does your spatial plan include over and above the land use?
So I guess the spatial plan is about how do you respond to the needs of the existing community and the growth of that is expected moving forward. So a lot of it's around investment in three waters and transport and reserves, community infrastructure. We also face some quite significant reverse sensitivity issues in that Mount area with the industrial zoning in the port area. So that's I guess a broader piece of work that's also happening at the same time, and we're looking to respond to that.
Just to follow that up, is work ongoing with respect to that spatial plan, or is that put on hold, waiting the outcome of this one?
No, that work is ongoing.
So that'll get reported through to the October hearing, or updated.
Yeah, correct. There was a report that has just gone up to one of our committees in terms of an update on that spatial planning process, and we can provide that report to you if that would be of assistance.
Thank you. Just one question from me. You mentioned that a large part of the urban area is subject to private covenants. I was wondering if you had any idea of the sort of extent of that. Are we talking 50%, 80%, 90%?
Yeah, so we don't know the details exactly, but what we do know is that covenants became very prevalent in use from around about through the 1990s. And if you look at probably the land area, the urban extent of our land area from the 1990s, we've got a pretty good idea of what's been built since then. So that's about probably 50% of our city. Yeah, all of the big new suburbs like Papamoa, Bethlehem, Welcome Bay, Pies Park, etc., would have got significant amount of covenants constraining them.
Thank you. Now, I have one question relates to the comments you made earlier on about a move towards smaller section sizes, and you mentioned 200 to 300 square metre sections, and sort of allied with that, with trying to achieve an objective of making more affordable housing. You see, with your discussions you've had with the developers and the real estate agents, that that's a focus the market is looking to provide, or is that more of a public sector provision of that part of the market?
A lot of it's in the private sector. A lot of it's around hitting price points that developers see as affordable to the market. Or affordable to their segment of the market. So they're simply having to reduce the size of sections and also the size of the houses that go on those sections to be able to hit the same price point that they did last year or the year before. So it's a continually moving feast, I guess, to try and achieve some level of affordability.
I think you mentioned, and I think it was in your evidence, that there was a preference to a lot of developers to look for the bigger houses because there's a bigger margin in that. Is there anything in this plan change that will help that in terms of being able to provide more affordable housing?
I mean, I think this plan change opens up the opportunity to build a lot more smaller and affordable houses than you previously could under our operative city plan, but it provides the opportunity. It doesn't require the developers to pick that up.
I think the only issue that bounced out for me from your evidence really related to Smith's Farm. I just wanted to clarify. I mean, Smith's Farm is currently rurally zoned. It's rural residential, I think, is currently zoned. I mean, I know it was an SHA, but I think it was an SHA consent, resource consent, not a plan change, wasn't it? So its current status is as a rural residential, basically with an SHA, which is still live. The consent's still live, as I understood it. I guess there's a question as to whether or not that's, in terms of Section 80, whether that can be brought in. Like, Tim, I guess it's a question for you in due course as to whether that can be brought in through this process or not, in terms of, because as you're obviously well aware, as a relevant residential zone, rural res is not a relevant residential zone. So just in due course, just a clarification as to your thinking as to why you think that can actually come in through this particular process.
Certainly leave that one to Tim in due course, but just in terms of further background on this, just so you know what's happening with that project, that council is in a divestment process at the moment for Smith's Farm, and that's live. Initial processes and expression of interest out to the market.
I mean, clearly the development will go ahead regardless of what happens in this process, and to the extent that the consent is live and hasn't been surrendered.
I think the issue is that the world's probably moved on since we received our consent, and developers will look to probably deliver something that's probably substantially different and probably more intensive than our consent. So whether it's quite difficult to vary a special housing area consent at this point, given where the legislation is at in terms of being repealed. So we would possibly be having to look at a separate planning process if we were unable to move it through this one.
That's what I was wondering. I was wondering whether in actual fact it will require variation rather than through this process. But I mean, I'm happy to hear the argument for it, so it's fine.
Sorry, follow on from me. With that consent, does it have a lapse date?
I don't know what the date would be, but yes, it does have a lapse date.
When was it granted?
Quite a number of years ago now. It has been recently varied, probably within the last 12 to 18 months, that consent.
And obviously, at the next round, we'll explore in more detail the way in which you've calced all your numbers. So let's not get into that now. Yeah. Supplementary, anybody? Oh, all right. Thank you.
So through my opening statement, I will just provide you a context and overview of Plan Change 33 and how we've approached each key component. And obviously, as I said, relying on Andrew Mead's evidence and also Tim Fisher, his legal submission. So Andrew's provided a bit of a context to you around Plan Change 26, so I won't repeat that. But just a couple of things to mention in terms of, I suppose, taking a step even further back of our operative plan. So our operative plan, in terms of those residential provisions, are on 10 years old, and there was a significant review acknowledged by council. That's minimum densities of 1 dwelling per 325, but very difficult to do multi-unit type development, and objectives and policies that don't support in our suburban residential zones don't support that variety of housing typologies. And so when you look at Plan Change 33, it's largely aligned, but when we to what I suppose the objective of Plan Change 26 is, but when we looked at the mechanics of what we required and the directives that sit within Plan Change 33, that was when the decision was made to withdraw and notify through the IPI. However, we have, where possible, we have carried over some of the provisions, things like matters of discretion, from Plan Change 26 into the provisions for Plan Change 33. So where possible, we have translated that across. Plan Change 26 did go through a very significant engagement process with our community of a number of years before we progressed with Plan Change 33. With Plan Change 33, we notified, we had a council meeting to adopt the plan change for public notification on the 15th of October. And so we notified by the 20th of August to meet our legislative timeframes. And we have stepped through the submission process and the further submission process by the end of last year, 2022. This process, submission process, resulted in 404 submissions, and the further submission process resulted in 205 submissions. Our summary of submissions and further submissions was released online on the 26th of May, also with the Section 42 report, 42A report, which I am the author of, and also the evidence of Andrew Mead. As directed by the panel, we have had expert conferencing. The expert conferencing was held in March. The topics that were held were transportation, planning and urban design, and commercial centres. And all those joint witness statements are available online. Just stepping through that expert conferencing. So the transportation was really focused around bicycle parking requirements and access. And so it was agreed with the expert conferencing for some revised provisions, which will be proposed through session 2. With the planning and urban design, there was the main topics discussed were the objectives and policies, which we are looking at refining, and also the matters of discretion, and looking at having those much more, I suppose, streamlined and avoiding that repetition through our matters of discretion. And then commercial centres, which I might leave to my policy 3 discussion later on in terms of the outcomes of that expert conferencing and the further work that council undertaking for further expert conferencing. So I will, as I said, leave Tim Fisher to step through the legal side of things in terms of our requirements, but just to touch on a couple of things from our perspective. So we obviously must notify our intensification planning instrument, which we have more called Plan Change 33, Enabling Housing Supply. It's quite directive in what council must do in terms of incorporate the medium density residential standards and also give effect to policy 3 and policy 4. And then when you get into sections such as 80E, there are some provisions that may council. So through the intensification planning instrument, we may include objectives, policies, rules, standards and zones. There are also provisions for district-wide matters such as fencing and stormwater subdivision, which I will touch on through my opening statement. There's also the, we may include financial contributions, which we have not. We have a development contributions policy. There's also provisions to enable papakainga, which I'm happy to touch on if there are any questions. And then also, which you've already asked a question on, so there's the greenfield development to implement the medium density residential standards, which I'll leave to Mr. Fisher to cover. In paragraph 4.4, I set out I suppose the detail of the scope. I won't go into this through now because I'll go into it through detail of every single zone that we've proposed and the amendments that have been proposed through them. So you'll see in my presentation, this is just to give you some geographical context of the zones that sit within the Tauranga City Plan. So first of all, we have, what on the screen looks almost white, but it's grey, is our suburban residential zone. So the suburban residential zone is our most wide-reaching zone. It covers most of our urban areas. We then have the Wairakei residential zone, which is a new greenfield area right down Papamoa East. So if you can see, if I can find my mouse. So that's sitting down here in this area, that's Papamoa East, so that's Wairakei residential. That came through Plan Change 44 about 10 years ago. It's got a little bit of a different rule framework, far more enabling than the suburban residential zone. So it already didn't have things like minimum lot size. We then have the city living zone. So the city living zone is essentially wrapped around our our city centre, so our city centre zone. So that has enables greater intensification. A review of those rules through Plan Change 26 identified that the rule framework was quite complex. It meant that it always triggered a resource consent, and what we were seeing in reality on the ground is not a huge amount of development. So that was reviewed through Plan Change 26, but is also identified as a relevant residential zone, and required to be included with us within this plan change. We then have the high density residential zone. So that's this dark grey area up the top. So that is in the Mount North. It is a specific set of provisions. So for example, as a permitted activity, you can do 1 dwelling per 100 square metres. There are no site coverage rules. But it does have the operative plan, it has the same height and setbacks as the suburban residential zone, with the exception of a plan area. And that plan area is very much from landscape values, and it has enabled height at the base of Mawao, and then reducing height as you move away. So it provides for a specific height. So we have, sorry, taking a step back, we haven't, the city plan hasn't implemented the national planning standard. So when we were looking at the relevant residential zones, we needed to look at what the equivalent zone is. So when we worked through our residential zones, we have identified the suburban residential, Wairakei, city living and high density as relevant. As if you look at the standard 8 within the national planning standards, large lot residential is not identified as a relevant residential zone. However, we reviewed, I suppose, what our council has identified as large lot and consider that it is also a relevant residential zone. This.
No, I was going to ask that question, and again, it's a matter for, I think, Mr. Fisher, but because, of course, the Section 2 definition of relevant residential specifically excludes large lot, which you're bringing in. So is the reason for that because you don't think it's large lot as that is defined or assumed, I suppose, in the definition, or?
Correct, yes, yeah. So the large lot residential zone, to give you some geographical context, it only affects about 100 properties, give or take, don't quote me on exact numbers, but it is in the lakes area. The provisions are, in terms of the built form, very similar to the urban, but it has a different density requirement, and that is largely due to topography. So when you go out to the lakes area, so Pies Pa West, there are quite steep topography in areas, and that's where those areas were identified as large lot. So that's really the only key difference between the provisions that sit within what we've identified as relevant residential zone and large lot. And then we also considered our urban marae community zone and the Ngāti Kahu Papakainga zone. So the Ngāti Kahu Papakainga zone is out in Bethlehem, and then we have a couple of marae within our urban areas. We reviewed those zones and what they provide for, and our view is, or my view is, that it's not captured within that definition of a relevant residential zone, as it's better aligned to the multi-purpose zone within the national planning standards. We did engagement on this view with tangata whenua. So we have Tauranga, which have our relevant iwi and hapu, and we engaged with them, and they agreed with that approach, that they didn't consider themselves as a relevant residential zone. So there are wider those rules enabling with that in the area around marae, urupa, and kura, and other facilities and activities that are enabled within that zone. So those are the relevant residential zones that we have identified as that we are required to implement the medium density residential standards. And how we have, I suppose there's how we've approached it is we also reviewed the requirement to implement the medium density residential zones within these zones, and what it would result in if we retained the current zone layout is that you'd get significant repetition in provisions, because they would be all the same in terms of those permitted activities, and also even the non-residential activities which we're not touching were all the same anyway. So when considering that approach, we considered that we should take a more comprehensive rezoning of our urban or residential zones and align those with our national planning standard zone titles. So that is to get to my next slide. So that is to combine these zones so your suburban residential, your wairakei residential, and your large lot residential into a medium density residential zone, and have the medium density residential standards as a permitted activity. And then for our city living, so which already has a high density, it is policy 3 quite clearly applies. And also the high density residential zone and any other areas that are identified as giving effect to policy 3C and 3D would be rezoned to high density residential zone. So that's the approach that we have taken, combine those zones and create 2 new zones to give effect or align with the national planning standards.
I didn't, looking through the appendices, I couldn't actually find a document that actually described the translation exercise. Is there one? Is there a?
Yes, there is a appendix within our section 32, which is, it's called Approach to Residential Zones.
That's the one, is it?
Can't think of the number off.
Oh, okay, it's number 6. Number 6. Okay, I hadn't actually seen.
Oh, as appendix 15.
Thank you.
So you'll see the map above or in front of you, which gives you some context of the yellow areas are our proposed medium density residential zone, and the darker kind of orange areas are our proposed high density residential zone. I'll talk through the high density residential zone in a little bit more detail in terms of our general methodology that we undertook to identify those areas, but it was basically anything else remaining would be medium density residential. So in terms of the medium density residential zone, we have proposed a new section, obviously. We propose to apply the medium density residential standards as set out within the Amendment Act. We have not proposed any changes. Coming back to section 80E, we have proposed some additional rules that support the medium density residential standards, and that's in relation to waste management areas, fence height within your front setback, and minimum dwelling size. We also needed to review how our height sat within the plan and within our city plan, our operative city plan. So currently within our operative plan, we have what's called permitted intrusions. So we have a height limit of 9 metres and a 2 metre permitted intrusion, which allows for additional height for things like your roof design, any kind of, chimneys and things like that. We did architectural testing to compare the medium density residential standards in terms of height of what was enabled and what we had enabled through the permitted intrusions, and that really provides you with exactly the same height, noting that your bulk will be increased through the medium density residential standards. So up to 3 dwellings is a permitted activity. 4 or more dwellings is proposed to be a restricted discretionary activity, non-notified, as set out within the legislation. So for...
Hopefully the new bill doesn't get through beforehand. Last version I saw was proposing to get rid of RDAs.
Yes. I'd like to get one plan change through. So in terms of for the medium density residential zone, for 3 or more dwellings, or 4 or more dwellings, the height, the setbacks, the site coverage, those rules still apply. And then we have also included an urban design assessment and then an infrastructure capacity assessment. So that is to, and that's where I was mentioning before, within those matters of discretion, those assessment criteria, go a little bit wider than just identifying a non-compliance with, height or setbacks. So it's looking at site orientation and movement through the site and infrastructure capacity. And through expert conferencing, those matters of discretion were refined with the parties. And so through session 2, we'll be proposing a more refined list of matters of discretion that have been agreed. Just some more mechanics. I won't go into too much detail of the mechanics, but we do have what are called scheduled sites within our city plan currently. So those are proposed to be retained and have been transferred or carried over into the proposed new section 14G. The only time where we've made amendments to these scheduled sites is where it's required to give effect to or implement the medium density residential standards. Generally, these scheduled sites only relate to non-residential activities, but there were some minor amendments to align with the requirements of the Amendment Act. And that's the same with our non-residential provisions. They were renumbered and moved into 14G, but otherwise proposed no other changes to those. So moving on to our high density residential zone. So this is our proposed zone to enable greater height and density to give effect to policy 3. Within Appendix 15 of our Section 32, we set out a methodology. Tauranga City Council, the Tauranga City Plan, as I said, hasn't implemented the national planning standards. We don't differentiate our zones, so we have what we've called a two-tiered approach. We have our city centre zone, and then we have our commercial zone, which covers the majority of our commercial areas, with the exception of some of our newer urban areas within Wairake and the Tauranga business estate. So we set about a methodology of identifying the equivalent residential zone as set out within the national planning standards. And then from there, once the centre was identified, we then had a methodology which identified a walkable catchment from that centre and then the height to be enabled within that centre. Now, Andrew Mead in his evidence did talk to you about Te Papa. So that first row that you see in the presentation, that is the Te Papa spatial plan, a significant spatial planning exercise with our community that was proposed to be enabled through Plan Change 26. And you'll see that that has been really dictated or provided direction for, in our view, going, I suppose, providing a greater density. So we're proposing to enable 27 metres within or along the Cameron Road corridor. We're proposing a 1,500 metre walkable catchment from our city centre. Just to note, you would have probably noticed in terms of where we're sitting today, the maps, the peninsula is not very wide. So when we talk about 1,500 metres, when you're looking from coast to coast, it's not that far. But in terms of going lengthways, we have taken full effect of that 1,500 metre walkable catchment. And that carries along right through and down the Cameron Road corridor or the Te Papa Peninsula. And then, as was also mentioned, we have our Oshimotai spatial plan. And so that identified Cherrywood, Brookfield and Barretta as areas for intensification. This again goes beyond our set methodology for other centres and identifies a 400-800 metre walkable catchment in a mix between 16 and 21 metres. And then with our, sorry.
Just check whilst you're going there. The walkable catchment metric that comes out of, is that future proof or is that specific to?
It comes out of the guidance document from the Ministry for the Environment in terms of those walkable.
Okay, but the decision to apply a 15 rather than 800 or a 400, that's an internal determination, obviously.
Yeah, so we looked at taking a step back, we looked at the scale of the centre, so identifying our city centre as our obviously our premier, our zone, which we're required to give effect to policy 3A, so enable as much development capacity as possible, and that's where we identified that 1,500 metre walkable catchment with 27 metres, and then stepping down to your town centre, which is a smaller centre, so then stepping down to an 800 metre walkable catchment and having a height of 21 metres or 6 stories enabled, then stepping down to your local centre, being again of smaller nature, and having a 400 metre walkable catchment and enabling 4 stories. And then for our neighbourhood centre zones, we didn't propose to increase any height beyond the medium density residential standards. I suppose the point to make is that was our starting point in terms of applying the high density residential zone. But then for the Otomotai spatial plan and Te Papa spatial plan, those were taken into account. And in some areas that catchment was increased. So if you looked at the Te Papa Peninsula or the Cameron Road corridor, you wouldn't have a continuous 27 metres enabled along that whole corridor if you took our general methodology. It does go further than that in terms of enabling height.
And I mean, there's obviously a line of submissions which say you've started from the existing situation in the centres, whereas they would prefer that you started from the end point or the midpoint going over 30 years. Just to comment on.
Yeah, so we have had a number of submissions which have specifically related to some areas. So we had a number of submissions for the Otomotai area, the Pies Pa area, and the Mount Maunganui North area. And then we had more general submissions in terms of our methodology. The expert conferencing on commercial centres, there was clear direction and agreement within that expert conferencing that yes, you needed to look at the existing centre and the future. And that's where we are undertaking further technical work, and that will be released on the 10th of July for further expert conferencing on the 26th of July. And what was also agreed and through that expert conferencing was what is the so we obviously provided our development capacity assessment with the notified, but with the outcomes of that commercial work and the refinements we're undertaking to respond to submissions, how does that affect our development capacity? So we will have an updated development capacity assessment to identify and understand what that difference is in terms of responding to submissions and refining the catchments. Just one other thing to note in terms of how we've given effect to the policy 3 C&D in terms of this context, it has been based on formed footpaths, walkable, we've taken into account topography. So it's not just a straight 400 metres, it's the walkable catchment, and they're working around that approximate, 10-minute, 15-minute walkable catchment.
Who was the guinea pig?
Not me, because I'm far.
Somebody over here by the sound of it. Yes, right, okay.
Just a question on this slide before you move on. So there's both a story limit and a height limit in each of these areas?
No, there's just a height limit. So the story limit is more for the public to understand in terms of what height that would enable, because to the majority of people, 27 metres does not mean much. So it's to provide context. So the city plan only has a height limit in terms of the 27 metres or the 21. Just to note, there have been submissions on those heights and whether the 21 metres does enable 6 stories. So we have undertaken further architectural testing to respond to that, to ensure we're enabling a height that can enable that number of stories.
Presumably your calcs in terms of yield is based on some rough estimate as to what the stories are.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, it's really needed for that development capacity assessment.
Yeah. Richard?
So just looking at the first line of the table with Te Papa spatial plan areas, so the height limit Is irrespective of whether you're within a 1,500 and 800 walking distance in those?
Well, it's based on those centres in terms of that walkable catchment. Generally, how those you've got a linear Cameron Road, but then we're obviously on a peninsula, so you're also going from coast to coast. So the walkable catchment is how it works out in terms of those walkable catchments. You have a continuous high density residential zone with that 27 metres along Cameron Road corridor, and then proposed a transitional step down approach as you're moving towards moving away from the Cameron Road corridor.
In terms of those Phaser Cove, for instance, that I'm not familiar where they are yet. So they're all along Cameron Road, are they?
So the Gate Pa and the Greaton Village are along the right along the Cameron Road corridor, and Fraser Cove is just off Cameron Road. That's just identifying those, I suppose, key local and town centres. There are a number of other centres, you'll see other neighbourhood and local centres within the spatial plan that are also spatially along that Cameron Road corridor. There's a series of centres.
So there will be variation of height by virtue of them being in different lines.
Well, along the Cameron Road corridor, the spatial plan is to enable a continuous height of 27 metres along the entire corridor. But as I said, transitional heights as you move away from the Cameron Road corridor. So you're not going from 27 metres to medium density residential standards. You have a stepped approach in terms of enabling height.
I suppose what we're seeing is those first two lines are influenced by the spatial plan.
Correct.
But with the amount we heard, the spatial plan's coming later, so we can probably expect to see further information coming about the whys at the moment. It's just led by the plan. The spatial plan will come back and influence that before October.
So in terms of when you look at the legislation in terms of what we're required to do with policy 3, to give effect to policy 3, you've kind of, in terms of our methodology, you have a starting point. And with our spatial plans, we have in general, well, across both of those spatial plans, we have proposed to enable more in terms of the high density residential zone is extended in cases and increased height in other cases, such as the Te Papa spatial plan. How with the Mount spatial plan, we're working really closely with that team. So the technical work that's being undertaken to inform Plan Change 33 is also informing the Mount spatial plan. And the work and obviously as Andrew Mead set out, there is a land use layer, but then the other purpose of these spatial plans is to identify areas of growth and how that area will grow over time. And then what is the investment required by council to support that growth? So when we look at a spatial plan, yes, it identifies land use, but it also will identify where do we need to upgrade our parks, where do we need more infrastructural upgrades of infrastructure, and items like that will go into our long-term plan in terms of funding. We will have evidence at session 2 that will cover off these spatial plans and how they kind of work together in terms of Plan Change 33. So our approach to the high density residential zone is a new section, it's a new zone in 14H. So the medium density residential standards apply, so up to 3 dwellings is a permitted activity. There are some slight differences in terms of us implementing the Amendment Act. We're proposing not to have site coverage provisions within the within the high density residential zone. Noting though that there's still a proposed impervious surface rule, you've still got your landscaped area. And again, the permitted intrusions are removed. Very similar to the medium density residential zone. So 4 or more dwellings is a restricted discretionary non-notified. Again, the same provisions for the MDRS apply in terms of, outlook, setbacks, apart from setbacks. So what we're proposing to really encourage and provide for that additional height, that there's no height in relation to boundary, but there's separate standards in terms of setbacks for 4 or more stories. So once you're having that increased height. Again, very similar, there's infrastructure capacity assessment and urban design assessment once you are doing those 4 or more dwellings or 4 or more stories in terms of that development. Schedule sites that relate to those specific areas, again, carried over. And there are proposed to be new precincts created. So the City Living has precincts at the moment within the operative plan, and those are proposed to be carried over, and they really relate to the non-residential activities. So there's a mixed living and a residential component, and also proposing to have a Mount North precinct to carry over those relevant provisions that aren't proposed to change. I haven't set this out in my opening statement, but I just thought it might be worth mentioning. So through the preparation of Plan Change 26, we prepared the residential outcomes framework. So it is a non-statutory urban design guidance document, but we have aligned our objectives and policies and matters of discretion. So it is not to be used as a tick box, but it is to support intensification across the city, but it does talk to the provisions that we've proposed within Plan Change 33. And we also have established quite recently the Urban Design Panel, and that is again to support multi-unit development. So,
but I think as I recollect, the joint witness statement on this issue agreed that the ROF should not be referenced in the plan. Is that councils are going to accept that?
Yes, we agreed to that in the joint witness statement.
Right, and similarly, I guess by implication, the urban design panel isn't going to be a requirement as such.
It has been requested by submitters that if they have approval from the urban design panel, then their development is a permitted activity. We will be responding to those submissions through session 2. So in terms of the submissions that we have received on our approach to our residential zones, be honest, they're quite far-reaching or wide-ranging in terms of changes, but I'll just highlight a couple of submissions, well, groups of submissions or relevant submissions that have been raised. So in terms of, there's a number of submissions that seek not to implement the medium density residential standards as set out in the Amendment Act, to only enable 1 or 2 dwellings as a permitted activity for a range of reasons. On the other side, there are submissions that seek that that the plan should enable more than 3 dwellings as a permitted activity or a controlled activity. And then, as I said just before, that relates in some cases to, well, if you've got a acceptance or approval from your urban design panel, then you shouldn't need to go through that consent process, or it should be a straightforward consent process. There are some quite substantial submissions received in terms of retirement villages and rest homes. These have been discussed in expert conferencing, particularly in terms of the consenting pathway for retirement villages, where through the operative plan we have a specific pathway for retirement villages and rest homes, and I think that approach was largely agreed through expert conferencing. Another subject matter which I have mentioned is a range of submissions in terms of the methodology and how we've proposed to give effect to Policy 3 and enable height through the high density residential zone. So as I said again, in particular, that was the Mount Maunganui, Pies Pa and Oshimoto areas. And that's where we are undertaking more further technical work to respond to those submissions. And through my rebuttal evidence, I sought to clarify the purpose of that work, which is it is not to look at the rule frameworks within our commercial zones, what we enable, whether they're of a sufficient size. The purpose of this work is to enable council to give effect to policy 3. It is to identify those areas that are appropriate to enable greater height and density within those centres and surrounding those centres. But that will obviously be subject to further expert conferencing. So if I will move on to the commercial zone. So as I mentioned, we have, I would say, a flat hierarchy or lack of a hierarchy in terms of the commercial zone is the same across the city. So if for example, our large format in terms of where you'd go to buy a fridge or a bed is a commercial zone, and then a local centre where you'd go to get your hair cut or go to the dairy are all treated exactly the same. So what has happened is that it's been very much a market driven in terms of how commercial development has occurred within those zones. As I mentioned, there's the White Arcade Town Centre, so that was rezoned through Plan Change 44, and that has a specific set of provisions and already enables quite significant heights in terms of 24 within the core and 17.5 on the fringe. It is subject to what we call a comprehensive development consent, so it goes through a restricted discretionary. That does have a comprehensive development consent approved, and also a variation approved to deliver that centre. The other one to mention is the Tauranga commercial zone, which is within our Tauranga business estate, so on our western side of the city. So that again, through Environment Court, has quite specific provisions that relate to the development of the area. So that has limits on gross floor area, it has limits on height. It also has residential and visitor accommodation as a non-complying activity, so quite clear provisions within that zone. So I won't go into, again, our methodology to identify those commercial zones, except to say where we have identified that a particular commercial centre or zone within the city as being a town centre or a local centre, or along the Te Papa Peninsula, 27 metres, we have enabled that height within. So we've enabled height within that commercial centre as well as adjacent. The key provisions that we have proposed through the commercial zone is to remove the density standard for residential development. So we haven't looked at any of the commercial activity provisions, but we looked at the residential development and proposed to remove the 1 dwelling per 50 square metres gross site area, and also proposing to make residential activities a restricted discretionary non-notified and provide standards and assessment criteria in terms of that residential intensification. Though there are a number of submissions that have been received on that approach, many of those submissions seek to retain the operative city plan in terms of retaining residential activities as a permitted activity and not to be restricted discretionary, which we will obviously be considering through those submissions, and we'll be responding to those through session 2. The matters of discretion that were proposed through for the commercial zone for residential activities was also the subject of expert conferencing, so refinement where necessary will be made to that commercial zone matters of discretion. Then we move to the city centre zone, which we are in right now. At the moment, it has precincts. So how the zone is set out, it has precincts. So precinct A, which is the core of the city centre, doesn't have a height limit, except for you are limited by cultural view shafts and the flight path, so the airport flight path. But there are a number of other precincts or areas which don't have do have a height limit, ranging from, where we're moving away from the city centre, from where we are now, towards the avenues, you're getting to 16, 19 metre height limit. So to give effect to policy 3A, we have proposed to remove those height limits across the majority of the city centre zone. There are height limits in some areas, particularly down along the waterfront and Dive Crescent, and those have been identified as qualifying matters. That is because, for example, the waterfront, while zone city centre, is open space. It is used for open space, and Dive Crescent in terms of cultural values of that area. In terms of the approach of I suppose the structure of the city centre zone is proposed to separate the activity from the built form. And so residential activities would remain a permitted activity, but the built form would be a restricted, discretionary, non-notified resource consent application. Just moving on to section 8 of my opening statement, there are supporting and consequential changes. I won't cover all of them, but there are just 2 chapters that I would like to highlight to you to give you an overview of our general approach. The first one is the chapter 12 of the city plan, which is our subdivision provisions. So a review was undertaken in terms of how we enable subdivision, and we're proposing to align with the Amendment Act in terms of separating subdivision into 3 key components. The first one being subdivision of a vacant site, a vacant allotment. At the moment, a vacant allotment, it is in the operative plan, it is 1 dwelling per 325 square metres, as I mentioned. We're proposing to remove that and implement a shape factor. And that shape factor has been based on architectural testing in terms of accommodating a typical dwelling in compliance with the medium density residential standards. So that's the vacant lot subdivision. And then there's subdivision of an allotment to accommodate an existing residential unit. So the residential dwelling has been built and to subdivide around that. And then the third is subdivision as part of a land use consent, or that is consequential to a land use consent being approved. And all of those are a controlled activity as required within the Amendment Act. Then moving on to the transport provisions. With the transport provisions, there's a couple of key changes I'd like to highlight. The first one is a number of years ago, 2020, we removed the minimum car parking requirements to give effect to policy 11 of the NPSUD. As part of Plan Change 26 and moving into Plan Change 33, we reviewed our objectives and policies and proposed some minor amendments to really make sure we're giving full effect to policy 11 in terms of those car parking requirements and really encourage that multimodal. The second amendment was around our access or right-of-way rules, amending those to better accommodate and consider intensification of those areas. And as I mentioned, that was subject of expert conferencing, and between those parties, there was agreement made in terms of amendments to those provisions. Lastly is bicycle parking. So that was proposed through Plan Change 26, and we propose to carry those over, those which relate to residential activities and having minimum bicycle parking requirements. So those are the two kind of, I suppose, key changes that I wanted to highlight with you. Then moving on to Smith's Farm. So we have mentioned it this morning. So it was a special housing area and also has a resource consent approved for the site. The map you'll see on the screen gives you the site area. So it is, as Andrew mentioned, it is council-owned land. So the big road to the south is the State Highway, Takatimu Drive, and then Cambridge Road on the other side. It is surrounded, it has suburban residential on one side and rural residential, and it's currently zoned rural residential, and we are proposing to rezone 12 hectares of that site to medium density residential zone, to implement the medium density residential standards, and rezone a portion of the site to open space where it's currently used for open space, and then retain some areas as rural residential. There are a small number of submissions in relation to Smith's Farm, and the one in particular is responding to assessment of stormwater through that subdivision consent. So I'll just move on to section 10, which is qualifying matters. We have identified through the notified plan change 17 existing qualifying matters, and the table in my my opening statement sets those out as aligned to the section 77I and O subclauses. So there's qualifying matters that are currently within our plan that relate to matters of national importance. So outstanding natural features, we have setbacks from the conservation zone, we have very prescribed heights within the very Mount North area that relate to landscape values. And then for cultural and heritage, we have significant Māori areas, we have built heritage, significant archaeological areas, and then reduced height around the elms, which have all been identified as qualifying matters. And then lastly, you've got natural hazards. So in terms of natural hazards, we have assessed and looked at all of our natural hazards that we have risk assessments for, and identifying where it is high risk, we have identified that as significant, and therefore would be considered as a qualifying matter. Some of those natural hazards which are high risk are managed through other legislation and mechanisms, but within the city plan, we have the coastal hazard plan area, which is inundation, and the coastal erosion plan, which was along our coastal environment. We have nationally significant infrastructure. So the existing qualifying matter is our airport flight path, which I mentioned in the city centre will limit height that is enabled, and that's a discretionary activity if you wish to exceed that. We've identified all our areas of open space, and as I also mentioned, the waterfront precinct, which is also considered to be open space. And then lastly, around sufficient business land, we have areas that would be identified as giving effect to policy 3C or 3D, that are industrial zone land, which have also been identified as qualifying matters. Through Plan Change 33, we propose to have 3 new qualifying matters. The first one is Pukahinahina. So Pukahinahina is a significant cultural site to tangata whenua. It is located along the Cameron Road corridor. It was the site of what we call the Battle of Gate Pa. There's an appendix which identifies the significance of that site. We are proposing to reduce height surrounding that pukahinahina and then have transitional heights up to the 27 metres, which is proposed along the Cameron Road corridor. The second new qualifying matter is flooding from intense rainfall. So you were the independent hearings panel for Plan Change 27, which was notified back in 2020, and that is to manage the risk of flooding from intense rainfall through a rule framework. That plan change is subject to 3 Environment Court appeals and therefore not operative, and therefore we must identify it as a new qualifying matter. And lastly is
Can you just in a nutshell, where's the court on that particular matter? Are we likely to see that emerge before we make our report?
So we have had mediation. There was a number of actions that came out of mediation. Most of those actions are now being responded to. The most significant one being the questioning of the rainfall informational data that was used through the model and the view that it was too conservative. And so we're reviewing that rainfall data and agreeing to remodel areas. So that's one of the most outstanding items. I don't see that this will be resolved by the time we get to the October hearing, potentially before we're required to make a decision next year. But yeah, I don't see that we'll have any direction by October. Lastly is the national grid. So we have along Pools Road, which is kind of on the other side of Greeton, we have transmission lines and restrictions in terms of building within that area. At the moment, it's a restricted discretionary activity. And through this plan change, we propose to amend that to non-complying to give effect to the national policy statement. Through the
Check on that. So is just to understand how you're framing this. So is the national grid a new QM or simply a QM that you're adding to nationally significant infrastructure QM?
Well, it's identified as nationally significant infrastructure. And through the plan change, we're proposing to change the activity status from restricted discretionary to non-complying. So it would be an existing QM, but we're amending it, yeah, I suppose. So that's why we've identified it as a new QM.
Okay.
Sorry, qualifying matter.
So for the other existing QMs, you're not amending them. So it's just the 3 new / amended ones that are amended.
Correct. So in terms of those provisions, they, remain the same. We have had submissions that relate to existing qualifying matters. We have had a number of submissions that seek new qualifying matters. Those are quite wide-ranging, as set out in my 42A, and we will be responding to all of those submissions that request new qualifying matters, amendments to qualifying matters. And the one, I suppose, well, a couple to mention, in terms of giving effect to Policy 3 for the Mount North area, given the significance of that site from a landscape perspective, a cultural perspective, there is further technical work to identify new qualifying matters that may apply within that area. So just in conclusion, my view is that Plan Change 33 implements the requirements of the Amendment Act, and it's to provide for that residential urban intensification. We propose to take advantage of implementing new objectives, policies, rules and standards, and create new zones through the medium density and high density residential zone, as they're consequential to the medium density residential standards, and giving effect to those national policy statement on urban development policies. There are a number of submissions that council are required to respond to that will look to refine the approach in terms of the provisions, that will refine the zones in terms of the extent of the high density residential zone, objectives, policies and matters of discretion. So the purpose today was really to set out to you our overall approach in terms of how we've approached to give effect to the Amendment Act, but I suppose acknowledging that we have a number of submissions that we do need to respond to that will require refinement to the rule framework. Happy to take any questions.
Just back on the residential outcomes framework, the version available online says it's draft. Is that still the most recent version of that document?
Correct. I suppose we have it in draft because, well, through Plan Change 26 and again through Plan Change 33, we put it out to the community that to provide feedback, to provide input to how we can improve that. Another reason why we want it to be a non-statutory guidance document, because we want it to be a living document. We want it to respond to the needs of the community in terms of progressing a resource consent. So that is the most up-to-date version, with the intention that as we work through Plan Change 33, that we will put a final stamp on that.
And you said before that the intention, and I think you said it was agreed in conferencing, that there will be no reference in the plan to that framework. But is it your view that that's a relevant document that we need to consider when we're making decisions on this plan change?
Not necessarily irrelevant to consider in terms of the plan change, because the document is very much a supporting or guidance document. It is definitely not you must achieve A, B, and C within the residential outcomes framework to be able to get your consent. It's purely a supporting document for our community. So as we've spoken through our opening statement, the plan has been very much lacking in terms of enabling that variety of housing typologies. On the ground, you don't see a huge amount of multi-unit type development. We're still very much a single story standalone, and the purpose of that is to say, well, to provide support of how we progress and provide for and encourage that intensification a lot across the city. Yeah, but I suppose still noting that we have tried to, where possible, align. So when you're reading the guidance document, you can say, oh, well, this matter of discretion talks about this, and then the residential outcomes framework will provide the information on what are the options to achieve that. And that's why it's still in draft, because if through this process those matters of discretion change significantly, then our view is that the guidance document needs to respond to that, so they do talk to each other. Yeah.
Do we have submissions seeking for the ROF to be incorporated in the plan?
No, we don't.
That's the end of it, isn't it?
And just one other question. You mentioned the urban design panel as being something that's sort of been newly established. Are there any provisions in the plan change which reference the urban design panel or the pathway? No, so that sits outside as well?
It sits completely outside. As I mentioned, there are submissions to bring the urban design panel in through provisions. But yeah, it's been purely set up I suppose in terms of setting up the urban design panel, we did do as you always do, a stock take and looked at what are our options and how other councils had approached it. And so how the urban design panel works at the moment, it is a completely voluntary for our developers or development community to use. And we've provided some guidance in terms of the scale of development that may go to the urban design panel. And in the short time that it has been established, it's been really well received and used quite significantly in terms of, that multi-unit type development.
Thank you. First of all, the slides that you had, will they be available for us to have copies of?
Yes, we can make them available.
Very helpful in terms of summarising or putting it in a slightly different format, what you've got in here. So that would be good. I'm not particularly familiar with a lot of the locations you've referred to. Can we have a map, a little bit like was in this fact sheet, but with some names on it?
Yes, we can provide that, and also in preparation of session 2, more than happy to provide a site visit to give you some real context to the city and the layout.
And I had a couple of perhaps more specific questions. And this is sort of follows on from my perhaps lack of familiarity with the detail associated with the requirements behind plan change 33. You mentioned in the medium density zone that 3 dwellings were permitted. I haven't been able to pick up. Does that have any allotment size limit or minimum allotment size associated with that?
So the Amendment Act doesn't allow within those within the land use provisions to have a minimum lot size. So we're required to enable up to 3, 1, 2 or 3 dwellings. And so it very much relies on an application meeting your setbacks, your overshadowing or height relation to boundary, your landscaped areas, your site coverage, those provisions which will essentially determine whether you can accommodate that dwelling on a site.
Is there a minimum dwelling size as such?
Well, we've proposed a minimum dwelling size through our notified plan change. That is subject to submission, so we are reviewing that requirement. And
for more than 3 dwellings, again in the medium density, you talk about an infrastructure capacity assessment. I think you talked about that in the high density. Who undertakes that, and how's that undertaken?
So we can talk about more detail of that within session 2. So how the modelling we've understood is that within our trunk big pipes, we have capacity within the network. When you get to your local network, there's much more uncertainty, especially for the medium density residential zone where we don't quite know where these standards are going to be taken up. And while one development on a street may be acceptable, once you start to get 2 or 3, you might start to get some capacity constraints. So we've worked really closely with our infrastructure team, and they have prepared a static capacity check, and that provides clear guidance in terms of what is required. But at the same time, we're doing regular modelling and looking at providing for information to our development community to see where their areas are under constraint, and you might need to do some additional modelling to understand the capacity, especially in terms of your 3 waters, more than transport.
Okay, thank you.
Just one from me. You mentioned a couple of times in relation to both the residential zone scheduled sites, and I wasn't sure that I quite understood what a scheduled site was.
Apologies. So we have within our plan what's called scheduled sites. They are generally residential zoned land, but provide for a different set of provisions than the underlying zone. So to give you an example, down in Barita, it's a residential zone, so we're proposing for that. Well, it's currently a suburban residential, but there's a scheduled site to enable a supermarket to develop and continue to operate. So it's generally to provide for something that is not provided for within the underlying zone.
So they're overlay provisions, or?
Yes, correct. They're overlay precincts, correct, yeah.
Sort of designation you have when you don't have a designation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fisher, you've got 12 minutes. But don't hurry though.
The problem with going last.
Sorry.
Not at all, Janine. Thanks for that. That was helpful. So I've lodged some submissions on the 26th of June. I assume the panel's got those in front of them. And in the introduction, I set out the background to the Amendment Act. Acknowledge that some members of the panel have seen this before and some haven't. So I will step through it. Down at paragraph 2, in a sentence there, it says what this Act is more or less trying to achieve. So it's making amendments to district plans to accelerate the implementation of the NPS on Urban Development 2020 and increase housing supply through the implementation of the NDRS. So perhaps a point to note there is that those words accelerate the implementation. What it's doing is it's bringing it forward a requirement that was already there. So it's something the council would have had to do anyway, but a bit later. So it's bringing forward that Policy 3 requirement into the streamlined process to make it happen further, which is worth remembering. Whereas the MDRS is actually a new requirement, a new framework that the Act is requiring to be implemented. In paragraph 3, I'll just note that there's a streamlined process here, which we'll all be reasonably familiar with. And down in paragraph 5, I set out what I'm aiming to do with these submissions, which is really an overview of the amendments to the RMA through the Amendment Act, and then address the jurisdictional issues, which a good chunk of the legal submissions from the submitters have addressed. So I start at paragraph 6 with the duties on specified territorial authorities, what it is that the Act requires them to do. And we've touched on this to some extent, but the new provisions require specified territorial authorities to incorporate the MDRS in Schedule 3A into every relevant residential zone, and that is quite an important definition that I'll come back to, and give effect to Policy 3 of the NPSUD in every residential and non-residential zone within the authority's urban environment. So in carrying out these functions, a specified territorial authority may create new residential or non-residential urban zones or amend existing zones. And I think this is where the question that the chair asked Ms. Speedy comes in here. It's that in relation to Smith's Farm. So what Smith's Farm is doing is it's creating a new residential zone, and that term is defined in the Act. New residential zone means an area proposed to become a relevant residential zone. It is not shown in the district plan as a residential zone. So it's currently shown in the operative plan as rural residential, and it's becoming a residential zone. So I acknowledge it's sort of these not entirely free from interpretation issues how this applies, but it is an interpretation that has been widely adopted throughout the country, and it was in the MFE guidance. And I hasten to add that MFE guidance is not law, but it was the approach endorsed in the MFE guidance. So that's the approach that the council's followed, and why. And I guess the other issue that falls out of that discussion that you had is what is the relevance of the resource consent under HASHA, which is a different issue. And the law on unimplemented consents when you're assessing a resource consent is quite well settled. It comes out of Hawthorn and Queenstown Lakes District Council, which says that you've got to assess effects on the environment, and the environment includes the future environment, which includes activities permitted as of right, and unimplemented consents which are likely to be implemented. So that's the law as it applies to resource consents. It's less well settled how that applies in a district plan context, but there are some cases that have effectively applied that approach, because part of the test for a district plan do require an assessment of effects under Section 76 and Section 32. It's all there. So there is some case law that supports an application of that Hawthorn approach in a district plan context. Probably what I would say though is that it's not it's not a matter of just rolling the consent into the district plan. It's got to be really assessed from first principles in terms of the the statutory considerations, which are different, but the consent may have some relevance, but it's not determinative of what ends up in the plan.
And I mean, I also recognise Mr. Mead's comment. In actual fact, it's probably going to not look like the consent that's actually been approved, so it's not the consent being implemented.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But the consent aside, I think it can be justified in terms of the normal statutory considerations, giving effect to the hire or documents, Section 32 assessment, the demand for residential land, residential capacity, all those types of things could support it, irrespective of the existing consent, I think.
Similar question. Do we have any submissions that are opposed to what's proposed?
Sorry, in terms of opposed to rezoning Smiths Farm, no, there's no submissions that oppose the rezoning. There are submissions seeking specific outcomes, such as I mentioned, the stormwater provisions.
Right, just before you move on, another question in relation to Smiths Farm. So is the intention, if Smiths Farm is rezoned through this plan change, that the consent will just be surrendered? Or what's the interrelationship going forward?
What I anticipate is that if it is rezoned and the land is divested through the process that is underway at the moment, that the new landowner of that site would seek their own resource consents under the rezoned area for their development plans and proceed with those. And I guess that consent may not specifically be surrendered, but would no doubt fall away after a period of time.
Yeah, they might keep the option open, but it would lapse, yeah. So in paragraph 8, I just sort of capture some of the key definitions there. I've taken you through new residential zone as being particularly relevant. Relevant residential zone is defined to mean all residential zones listed in or equivalent to those in the National Planning Standards, with certain exclusions. And one of the key exclusions is, of course, the exclusion of the large lot residential zone. So where large lot residential is becoming NDRS, then again, that's a residential zone. In paragraphs 9 through 11, I just set out the regime relating to qualifying matters. So, of course, there's key imperatives in this Amendment Act, things that councils have to do to increase housing supply. That is giving effect to Policy 3 and implementing the MDRS. The key thing about qualifying matters is that it's the one occasion when you can be less enabling of development. But a key point to note is that it's only to the extent necessary to accommodate the qualifying matter. So there's an emphasis in the new evaluation matters on justifying why it is that a council's not giving effect to Policy 3 or incorporating MDRS on that occasion. So that's the statutory emphasis. In the next sentence here, I briefly refer to the MDRS, which I set out in Schedule 3A, and it includes various requirements, activity status, rules, objectives and policies, subdivision requirements, and at the heart of it is the density standards. So that's your 3x3 requirements and a host of sort of bulk density location type requirements in there, 9 or so of them. I haven't set them all out, but they're reasonably straightforward to flick through and understand what it is they're seeking to achieve. As a point here, yeah, there are strict requirements to incorporate the MDRS, but it's a minimum requirement effectively, and there are some examples where the council can go over and above. So the council can include additional standards if they're not precluded by clause 2.2 of Schedule 3A. So what that clause is saying is that basically you've got to incorporate the density standards, and you shouldn't have other controls that seek to regulate the same things.
Sorry, just a question for me. I think Ms. Speedy covered it before, but one of the issues that's come up in a number of the submissions is car parking, and that enabling this greater height in these areas without having minimum car park requirements is an issue. Now, I think, Ms. Speedy, you said that we cannot impose car parking minimum requirements because of the Enabling Act. I don't know if that's a question for you or for Mr. Fisher, but I think that might have been what you said.
Yeah, that was an amendment to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which effectively required councils to remove minimum car parking requirements from their plans. So relief which seeks minimum car parking requirements is not giving effect to the NPSUD. Yeah. It's effectively it's contrary to the statutory requirements and can't be accepted. The NPSUD is pretty clear about that.
Thank you.
That's policy 11, by the way.
Just so on that one is the development of comprehensive parking management plans. I don't know if there's any mention of that in here.
Council are undertaking comprehensive parking management plans, and happy to provide that information through session 2 if it's helpful.
Probably in terms of those submitters who are coming forward, that might be of assistance.
Down in paragraph 13B, Council can include additional objectives and policies to those set out in clause 3. So, sorry, clause 6 of Schedule 3A. So those objectives and policies in clause 6 of 3A are fairly sort of minimal, to be fair. So the council can go beyond those. And again, the council can enable a greater level of development than provided for under the MDRs by omitting one or more of the density standards or including rules that are more lenient than the density standards.
Do you know anyone that's actually used that clause? None of the ones who've come before us, I think, have gone anywhere near that particular clause.
No, I don't. Policy 3. So I spoke a little about this earlier. Policy 3 is set out there in the. It was originally set out in the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, and it's been effectively brought into this Amendment Act with a few tweaks, and it's included in a schedule to the Act. And in a sentence there, I've tried to capture what it's all about. It includes building height and density requirements that are differentiated according to a hierarchy of centre zonings or proximity to those centre zonings. And this is where the walkable catchments that Janine was talking about come in. They're a requirement of Policy 3. I do sort of pause just to note that it is about building height and density requirements. If you look at each clause of it, it does consistently talk about building height and density. So there are some submitters that seek more than that, but I think it is quite important to note those words. Moving on, sorry, we're at 2 minutes past 11 already. You happy for me to keep going? Yeah. So paragraph 15 sets out a really important section or a couple of sections. So under section 80G, a council must not use the IPI for any other purpose other than the uses specified in 80E. In section 80E, I've set out some parts of it there, not the whole thing. But again, it picks up on the key mandatory aspects of an IPI. So it must incorporate the NDRS and it must give effect to policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD. So again, that's a consistent theme and consistent language to what we've heard before. And then in paragraph B3 is a section that comes up reasonably frequently when you look at these type of scope issues. And it says it may also amend or include the following provisions. So may is a discretionary language. It's not mandatory like the other two purposes. Related provisions, including objectives, policies, rules, standards, and zones that support or are consequential on the MDRS and policies 3, 4, and 5. So there's quite a lot sort of writing on the meaning of those words, support or consequential on, and parties do take different approaches to how broadly or how narrow they prefer to interpret those words. Also important to note, I'll come back to those words shortly, but in subsection 2, it says related provisions also include provisions that relate to any of the following without limitation. So in my submission, that word also is important because it's adding on to the previous paragraph B. And it lists sort of a range of matters that basically you might need to make this work in practice effectively, and to have good planning outcomes in practice, rather than just stopping with incorporating the MDRS and giving effect to policy 3. So down in paragraph 18, I just make some brief submissions on the meaning of support or consequential, and these are really just based on dictionary definitions and commonly sort of understood meanings, but we submit that an amendment would support if it assists or enables the MDRS to be incorporated, or assists or enables policies 3 or 4 to be given effect to. Amendment will be consequential on if it follows or is required because of the Council's obligation to incorporate the MDRS and give effect to policy 3.
So just on that, obviously there's some legal submissions from other parties that are seeking a bit of a broader approach to what's support and consequential. So your submission to us is that the support or consequential is specifically limited to those particular policies of the NPSUD, and not, say, for example, Objective 1 or Policy 1, where it's talking more about housing affordability and enabling people to provide for their wider social needs, which I think is relied on by, for example, some of the retirement submissions by the retirement villages.
That is my submission, but what this section is doing is it's setting a jurisdictional constraint on IPIs, and if you go beyond it, it's ultra vires effectively. So that is my submission, but I do come back to that point that you're raising about what is the relevance of the other provisions in making this assessment. So I will come back to that. I know it has come up in other districts as well. Yeah, so in paragraph 19, I do actually make that point. It's a jurisdictional limit. And if you read it, the focus is on what should be in the Council's IPI as notified, but my submission is that you should extend that to what submissions can ask for and what IHP recommendations could do. I mean, it must be the case that they're subject to the same jurisdictional constraints as the Council itself. So that's our submission on that.
So if the Council should have considered something in their section 32 and as part of this plan change, but didn't, in order to give effect to the NPSUD policy 3, then that would be within scope.
Yes, yeah, I do. Just starting with the section 32 report, what's in it and what isn't. To my mind, that's a relevant consideration when you're looking at scope for submissions and whether they're on a plan change. But it's not determinative. No, yeah. No, I wouldn't say because it was or it wasn't in the section 32. You could come and say something was or wasn't in scope. It's just a relevant consideration that gets in the mix. Yeah. Now, there's another aspect to your question. About is that asking the Council to give effect to policy 3 or implement the MDRS, and that comes back to a question how your orthodox approaches to scope, how they integrate with this new framework that we've got. And my submission is that to ask for policy 3 and the implemented. It seems contrary to the purpose if the council were to say, well, we haven't implemented it, therefore you can't ask us to. It's just not, it doesn't seem to be the purpose of the act in my submission. So I have made a submission in there about that later on as well, which we'll come to.
I don't want you to address the particular, but for example, Kāinga Ora, who comes before us and all of these requesting certain things on the basis that that it provides for a well-functioning environment, for example, you'd be amenable to considering that request.
Kāinga Ora, I think, have two issues. One is the definition of papa kāinga, and the other is the number of permanent residents in shared accommodation. I think the emphasis on the well-functioning environment came more from Ryman and the RVA.
I mean, a number of them lean on that particular one. I mean, corrections leans on it and so on. I mean, it's a common, I mean, we're hearing it as a common appeal, if you like, to policy 1 or objective 1, basically from the MPSUD to give them weight.
Yeah, I mean, my submission on that one would be that you've got to look at objective 1, as it's called in Schedule 3A, in its context. And if you look at everything else, it's about enabling built form effectively, and it should be interpreted in that context as well. Objective 1, rather than being something that broadens this this potential scope for this plan change almost sort of infinitely, because it's such an expensive word. In paragraph 20, I set out the statutory assessment. And just in the first paragraph, the key points that the definitions have been amended through the Amendment Act. So change includes an IPI, proposed plan includes an IPI. Once it's operative, an IPI forms part of the district plan. So what that means is that the usual statutory considerations apply, except as modified by the MDRS in my submission. And I've set out in paragraph 21 what some of those ordinary requirements are. This wasn't intended to be complete or fulsome. It's not a substitute for the Act itself, and some of them have been sort of excluded or cut down in the interest of brevity, but it is just a bit of an overview of the ordinary statutory considerations, which are well understood to the panel, I'm sure. In paragraph 23, I talk about what those key modifications are. They relate to the requirement to give effect to the regional policy statement and the matters to be considered as part of the Section 32 evaluation. So these are separate from your jurisdictional scope constraints. These are within that, what do you have to consider? In 24, basically there's a provision there referred to which provides that the MDRS prevails over the regional policy statement, is what it amounts to. Requirement to incorporate the MDRS applies irrespective of any inconsistent objective or policy in an RPS. In paragraph 25, I set out some of the additional requirements for a Section 32 evaluation which apply to qualifying matters. And again, as I said previously, there's very much a focus on justifying why it is that a council is including provisions which are less enabling of development than the MDRS or Policy 3. In paragraph 26, this I think relates to the point that Commissioner Shaw raised. And I know some parties have raised the Southern Cross High Court decision and its relevance in this process. And as I understand that decision, what it says is that you've got to give effect to the NPS UD in its entirety, is what it says. Our submission is that you can't use that requirement to enlarge the permissible scope of an IPI. That's governed by Section 80E, and it's governed by the plan change as notified, which I'll come to. So my submission is that the orthodox approach to giving effect to higher order instruments applies. The IPI is required to give effect to the NPS UD and other higher order planning instruments insofar as it is within the permissible scope of an IPI and the scope of the plan change as notified. And I think that's actually that's a pretty orthodox position. I know it does come up in Environment Court appeals and things, especially in the freshwater space lately with so much change. And it seems to be a fairly orthodox and accepted position in my submission, and the correct one. In paragraphs 27 to 30, I set out there just a little bit on the process. Not too much. It's based on a normal Schedule 1 process with some amendments. Probably the closest thing it comes to is the Auckland Unitary Plan process, in terms of what the better analogy is. So if a local, in terms of the key differences in paragraph 29, if a local authority does not accept any recommendations of the IHP, the Minister for the Environment steps in and makes the final decision. Is a key difference to the normal process, and also there are no rights of appeal to the Environment Court. The only avenue for legal challenge is to apply to the High Court for judicial review, and proceedings of that nature are of course focused on process and legality rather than the planning merits. So the High Court's not going to step in and remake the decision again. What it may do is say, there was law, this is the correct law, and it goes back to this decision maker to apply the law as what normally happens in those types of proceedings. And the final notable difference is clause 99, which provides that the recommendations made by the IHP are not limited to be within the scope of a submission made on the IPI. And that's an identical provision to the provision that was included in the Auckland Transitional Act, and came up a fair bit through the Auckland Unitary Plan hearings, and was the subject of some case law. And I do come back to that and also address it in a bit more detail in the memorandum that's attached to these submissions. Sorry, we're at 11:16 now. You happy for me to
just carry on through? We'll take a break at the end of your. So yes, we're in your hands.
Thank you. Paragraph 31. This is where I address jurisdiction. Yeah, and this is a particularly complex aspect, I think, of the Amendment Act. There is a lack of clarity about the orthodox tests for jurisdiction and how they integrate with the Act and how the Act modifies them and so on. So I set out here our approach to it. The way I've conceptualised it is that there are two hoops effectively to pass through when considering jurisdiction. The first I've already discussed. The relief must be within the permissible scope of an IPI under sections 80E and 80G. So this is a statutory constraint on scope. Going beyond it is ultra vires. The second hoop relates to whether a submission falls within the scope of the IPI as notified. And this is a matter of interpretation founded on the principles of natural justice, and this is where your two-step clear water test, the normal things that we apply to a plan change come in. And I have set it out in more detail in the memorandum that's attached, and it was also attached to Ms. Speedy's Section 42A report as well. And the reason that orthodox case law comes into play in my submission is because, again, we've got provisions in this Act which say that submissions and recommendations must be on the proposed plan change. and its interpretation of that one word that the clear water tests in those other cases effectively come into play. In paragraph C, the dominant consideration is whether a submission point or recommendation addresses the extent to which the plan change alters the pre-existing status quo. And in our memorandum, there are other relevant considerations, and of course, one of those is the point that Commissioner Morrison-Shaw brought up: what should have been in the Section 32, etc. But that not being, as I said, necessarily determinative of scope. That's a relevant consideration, and it is actually it's a test of what should have been addressed. It's a way of sort of assessing effectively the significance of the change rather than what in fact was assessed in the Section 32 report, which is a different issue. In paragraph 33, again, I think this is a point that Commissioner Morrison-Shaw picked up on. The requirements to incorporate the MDRS and the relevant residential zones and give effect to Policy 3 are mandatory unless authorised as a qualifying matter. We therefore acknowledge it would be consistent with the statutory intent and purpose to treat submissions that seek changes to incorporate the MDRS within existing relevant residential zones or give effect to Policy 3 as being on the proposed plan change. So that's an acknowledgement of the special context that we find ourselves in here, and not necessarily sticking completely to the clear water type two-step tests. In paragraph 34, I talk about clause 99 there, the ability to go beyond the scope of submissions, and in paragraph 35, I make the point there, and it is quite an important difference. That enables the panel to go beyond the scope of submissions, but not necessarily beyond the scope of the IPI, which I think some submitters do confuse from time to time. There's a fundamental difference between relief that goes beyond the scope of a proposed plan change and relief that goes beyond the scope of submissions. To put this another way, out-of-scope recommendations that may be made under clause 99 are still subject to the jurisdictional test that IHP recommendations must be on the proposed plan change. In paragraph 6, I'm getting there. Apologies to everyone who's waiting. Just set out some principles there about recommendations that go beyond the scope of the submissions, and I expect that would be used fairly sparingly. And what came out of the Auckland Unitary Plan decisions, the Albany North landowners decisions, and the way that the Auckland panel approaches that the principles of natural justice still apply and require some careful consideration before going beyond the scope of the submissions, because it's going to be an outcome that hasn't been included in the summary of submissions potentially, and people have been prevented effectively from or excluded from participating for that reason. So natural justice principles do still come into play, and that was the approach of the Auckland panel, which I submit as the correct one. Paragraph 37, some bread and butter points really about further submissions, which we don't deal with too much in this hearing. Must support or oppose an original submission, cannot extend the scope of the original submission that it supports or opposes. So there we go. Those are my legal submissions. Apologies, I ended up rushing a bit in the end. But we haven't responded to specific submissions. We have done some work analysing those and preparing comments. We could file them soon after the hearing, but it seems appropriate that we hear from submitters first before we fully respond. And we did test it with the panel, and it seemed that there would be little time for the panel to determine them anyway in advance. So that's our proposal for that, rather than filing responses in advance. So, any questions?
Yes, just one. One thing that wasn't mentioned in your submissions was the Wakanai case, and just wondering what your view is on what guidance we should take from that for this question number one, And secondly, where that's at in terms of its appeal process. I understand there was a JMC, was it last week, potentially about the hearing, but I'm not sure whether there's been a hearing date allocated for that.
Yeah, so the key thing coming out of the Waikanae case was a finding that an IPI cannot be more stringent than the operative plan. Effectively, that's the key finding that came out of it. It has been appealed. Sorry, I couldn't. Our firm is involved in the appeal, as you know. I couldn't tell you when it's going to be heard. I don't have that information. Sorry. In terms of what it means for you, I can find it. I can ask Matt and let you know what it means in terms of this process. It's an Environment Court decision, so it's not legally binding. The orthodox kind of approach to that is that you'd say it's not binding, but it's persuasive. It's subject to appeal, I guess, which puts another question mark on it as well. So I think that's probably the status of that. In terms of this plan, though, it doesn't have a great deal of factual relevance, and the council is going to apply the law as it stands in terms of that decision, which is following the Environment Court decision, unless there's a decision otherwise, as I understand how it's going to be approached. But that will all come out in session 2.
And just to clarify, you said it's not legally binding, but it's persuasive. And are you saying it's not legally binding because there's on us because there's no right of appeal? Because obviously we're not a court. But is it because of this bespoke legislation that it's not legally binding on us?
No, that's just the general approach to Environment Court decisions, which is that that there's no precedent as such. There's no binding precedent, and one Environment Court judge is not in fact bound by the decision of another Environment Court judge, although they would be slow to disagree. But that's just the law as it stands.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fisher and council team. We'll take a shortened break, maybe back at 22, and then we'll resume with the Retirement Village Association, who I know are in the room. So let's take a 15-minute break. Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. Let's resume, and we're now moving through to the combined Retirement Village Association and Ryman Healthcare. So, if gentlemen, Sinchi, if your team, Ms. Williams, and so on would come on screen, thank you.
Well, good morning, Sue, and other commissioners. How are you?
Yep. Oh well, we're just as we are. Yes.
Good. I'll try not to read anything into that.
Yes. Well, welcome, Mr. Hinchey.
Thank you. I've got here with me a few familiar faces that you've seen in your travels so far, but I'll allow them to introduce themselves shortly. I'm Luke Hinchey. I'm legal counsel for the Retirement Villages Association and Ryman Healthcare, and we are representing those parties on this plan change process, but also the other intensification planning processes around the country, as you know. I'll hand over to Mr. Collins.
Yes, kia ora everyone. I'm John Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Retirement Villages Association. So,
morning, Mr. Collins.
Morning.
And Matt. Oops, Matt, I'm not sure we can hear you. I'll hand over to Nikki perhaps, and she can introduce herself.
Right. Yeah. Ms. Williams.
Kia ora, good morning, Nikki Williams. I'm an associate with Mitchell Dash and working alongside Chapman Tripp and the Retirement Villages Association in Ryman on these IPI plan changes and the Tauranga City plan change.
Right. Cool.
We've got Mr. Brown there. Sounds like
morning, Mr. Brown.
Gone quiet or not.
Unusually so.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
You're showing as mute, just so you know, Matt. I'm not sure if that's going to help, but that's what we're seeing. No. I'll introduce Mr. Brown, and he will be on at some point to provide a brief summary of his evidence, and hopefully we will get some sound prior to that. But that's Mr. Matthew Brown. He's the New Zealand Development Manager at Ryman Healthcare and is involved in the team on the IPO processes as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Do we just get him? Oh no, he's disappeared. What I might do, sir, is we'll just get into it, and Mr. Brown can sort of hopefully get involved when he can. We have lodged an overview legal submission just addressing the scene setting questions that you raised. We had two statements of evidence from Mr. Collins and Mr. Brown, respectively, and Ms. Williams on planning matters. I am conscious that you have heard us before, and some of this content will be familiar territory to you, but we thought we would just touch on, I suppose, on some of the key themes and the points of particular relevance to this plan change process rather than the other ones. And of course, happy to answer any questions. Mr. Brown and Mr. Collins.
Just be mindful, Mr. Hinchey, just be mindful that one of the commissioners hasn't actually been on the circuit with us on the IPIs, so bear that in mind.
Yeah, that was noted. Thank you, sir. I did thought that might need just a bit more explanation on some aspects for that reason. So we'll do that as much as we can. And as I say, happy to answer questions. Mr. Collins and Mr. Brown have also produced very brief summaries of the evidence, and if you do want those produced after the hearing, we're happy to do that. But Ms. Williams and I will just talk to our briefs. Probably just a general observation before we get into it. The Tauranga operative plan and indeed the Plan Change 33 already provides reasonably well for retirement villages. It's probably one of the more when I say advanced plans around the country in terms of dealing with aging population issues and retirement villages, and does already have a bespoke regime that addresses how you consent retirement villages and so forth. So in that sense, we're already on the right track, I suppose, in terms of getting that regime updated to be fit for purpose under the new legislative requirements. The other point to note is that Ms Williams has already engaged in conferencing with the council's planners and no doubt a few others, and there's been a reasonable amount of progress made, I think, in that forum, which is recorded in the Section 42A report. So I'm taking it from that we are sort of narrowing the issues down to hopefully what are the more important ones towards the end, and we'll pick that up at session 2. In terms of a general overview, the context in this district, as well as other districts in New Zealand, these high growth areas, is that the city is already a highly attractive location for retirees. And between now and 2048, the population age 75 and over in Tauranga City is forecasted to more than double. The wider region is experiencing similar ageing population growth patterns. However, as with the more general residential housing crisis that's occurring, there's also a crisis in retirement village provision due to demand essentially not keeping up with supply. And the submission of the sector is that the delays and the uncertainty that are caused by RML processes is a major contributor to that demand and supply shortage. The enabling legislation in the industry's view represents a significant opportunity to address these consenting challenges and will ultimately accelerate housing intensification for the ageing population, which we say is in line with the expectations of both the Housing Act and the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Retirement villages are a specialist form of multi-unit residential development, and because of that, they need to be treated differently. But in many respects, the relief sought by the RBA and Ryman adopts the key features of the medium density residential standards on the basis that they're a form of 4 or more residential dwellings or independent dwellings in this plan. In terms of this particular relief that's being sought, Ms Williams will touch on this in a bit more detail, but I'll just sort of cover a couple of points. In terms of objectives and policies, the industry is seeking a greater clarity on the housing needs of the ageing population, and it says that that clarity is mandated by the objectives and policies in the MDRS, which do require that a variety of housing types be provided for, and enabling all people to to achieve their overall well-being and have access to the things that they need in terms of their day-to-day living. It's noted that the plan already does deal with the changing demographics in Tauranga, and it notes that as being a matter that needs to be dealt with. But unfortunately, the objectives and policies don't clearly articulate that as you sort of draw down into the zoning provisions. So the industry there is just seeking that. If you accept that there is an ageing population issue in Tauranga, which I don't think is disputed, then that should be clearly noted as being something that needs to be dealt with through objectives and policies. In terms of the rules, again, this is really seeking to try and get, I guess, as much as possible similar treatment for retirement villages as other multi-unit residential developments. The activity status, I think, is relatively advanced in the conferencing, and that close to agreement. Ms Williams can give you an update on that. And then there are assessment criteria, which I think still need to be worked through in terms of what are the relevant considerations in a consent process. And the industry's view is that those assessment criteria first need to be fit for purpose for retirement villages. So they're focusing on things that are important in a consent process, both positive and potentially negative adverse effects, but also to cater for the unique sort of functional and operational needs of retirement villages and the residents that live in them. So make sure that the consent process picks up those nuances. The second part of that is I guess, the degree of control that is reserved in terms of urban design. And this is a bit of a perennial issue around the country, with there being a spectrum, I suppose, of a lot of control through to not very much control. And the industry is seeking a more proportionate approach to assessing urban design effects, which, reflects the direction in the enabling housing legislation. Reflects the fact that permitted activities have very little to no control on urban design, and reflects the intention of the government to speed up housing and reduce the restrictions that get in the way of that. We've got some points around the use categories of retirement villages being permitted uses and restricted for construction, but I won't sort of dwell on that too much. The notification presumptions, again, I think that has now been agreed through the conferencing, that essentially retirement villages would get the same treatment as other multi-unit proposals in terms of those public and limited notification presumptions. We've then got some points around the relevant standards which ought to be applied. And it's just noted that all of the other objectives and policies, rules, etc., in the plan that cover more general matters, the industry expects that they'll be applied consistently, save to the extent we've got submissions on those points yet to be heard. In terms of the statutory framework, I've really just highlighted some of the context there, particularly that broader context that the process we're in is really about ensuring that intensification of housing is enabled in particular parts of the growth cities in New Zealand. Part of that is about providing enabling provisions. Part of that is about removing restrictive planning rules. And we say all of that, I suppose, boils down to the questions we've raised at 20.1 of my submissions. Do the provisions of Plan Change 33 achieve that statutory intent, enabling and promoting intensification? Are the provisions effective and efficient? Are there other options? What are the risks of not acting? Have appropriate planning restrictions been removed? And are the provisions in the end fit for purpose for the housing activities that will deliver on necessary housing needs? So I think that overarching purpose of this process needs to resonate in all of your decision making throughout the process. I'll then make some brief submissions on scope, and I did note some of the discussion you had with Mr. Fisher earlier about that. It's probably just worth noting that scope is not a major issue for the retirement village submission. The 2 points, I suppose, that are outstanding on scope relate firstly to the retirement industry's proposal to add a definition to the plan for retirement units, and for reasons that will be explained in the evidence to follow in hearing stream 2, the industry sees that as being a consequential change flowing from the NDRS, because the rules which apply to independent dwelling units don't very well apply when you apply them to retirement units. And you've heard probably some of that argument in another form, Mr. Chair. So I won't get into that in detail yet, but you'll certainly hear from us on that. The second point, which is not flagged as a specific scope point, but I think it probably is a point, is whether the definition of retirement village ought to change. The industry's view, and has been the case in other parts of the country, is that the retirement village definitions in plans ought to now reflect what the national planning standards say should be the national definition. And this is a good opportunity, this process, to essentially update those provisions. So we'll come back to you on that separately. In terms of the legal tests that apply to scope, I think we're relatively aligned with the council's position on that. And again, you've heard us before on scope. I think there is an additional lens to look at scope through in this process, and that's really looking at the requirements of Section 80E of the RMA and what that essentially enables in terms of giving effect to Policy 3, incorporating the MDRS and providing for other related provisions along the way. In my submission, that's where you would start in terms of scope, and work through whether a particular submission point fits into that context. And I agree with Mr. Fisher that you cannot obviously progress anything which doesn't fit into Section 80E through this process. But the related provisions concept in my submission is a relatively broad one and can include all manner of new provisions or amendments to existing provisions where they are essentially related to the enabling of housing, which is the purpose of this process. The secondary aspect of scope is, as Mr. Fisher pointed out, the traditional or orthodox tests, the Clearwater test, machine motorists, and Albany giving it some further context. As it turns out, the submissions we'll be making in later hearings will primarily rely on that second phase as being, there's a change in the management regime, and the provisions are also within the scope Section 80E, but essentially we should meet both of those tests comfortably in my submission. So that was really what I wanted to say by way of opening, and at this point I'm happy to hand over to the witnesses or take questions, whichever you prefer.
Thank you, Mr. Henchy. Just check, did you want to test?
Just a couple from me, Mr. Henchy. You said just before you were talking about the definition of a retirement village and that it ought to now reflect the national planning standards. And I think you said it was a good opportunity to update those provisions. I'm just wanting to understand, are you saying that we have the discretion to update that definition, or is it something we should be doing? Just wanting to be clear on what your submission is to us on that.
Yeah. Thanks for the question. I think I might have come across this question in another forum, but in my submission, there isn't a legal requirement for you to update the plan to reflect the national planning standards, but for reasons we will discuss in the next hearing, we think you do have that discretion for that particular definition.
Thank you. And then the second point of clarification I just wanted to ask you was, you said the related provision is a relatively broad one, but you didn't expand on that. And I'm just wanting to understand, are you saying it's relatively broad because it affects all the different various provisions? So it can be zones, it can be rules, etc. Or are you saying that it's broad because what you could include as in terms of things that support the enabling of the MDRS? Just wasn't clear on what the submission was there.
Yeah, I think when you read that provision in the context of the intention of the process that we're in my reading anyway, in my submission, is that it's been included in the process to essentially allow you to provide for anything which will essentially assist with enabling housing. I guess the basic form of the NDRS and the scope for providing extra provisions, it's a pretty basic starting point. I think the legislation itself acknowledges that there's kind of gaps in it, particularly around things like matters of discretion for restricted discretionary activities, and the list in Section 80E dealing with all the other things which might flow from, the MDRS, earthworks, fencing, all sorts of things. It's acknowledged that there does need to be a more comprehensive look at, what else needs to change in the plan. The Select Committee, I think, was faced with both time pressures and a lot of submissions on what else the enabling housing legislation should include in it. And a number of parties obviously were concerned about things like gaps or, things that would create consequential problems with other parts of the plan and so forth. And I say that related provision section, which wasn't in the previous, or I guess the first draft of the bill, but was included, was really trying to essentially fix that problem and let councils work that through and provide whatever provisions were needed. I think it's, in terms of that wider context you mentioned, yes, there are a range of other discretions within the legislation to provide additional zones, additional objectives and policies, more lenient density standards, and so forth. So, in that sense, that gives it that broadness that I mentioned as well.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take your first witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll hand over to Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Welcome again, Mr. Collins.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay, I hope? I'm the Executive Director of the Retirement Villages Association, and I was appointed to this role in October 2007, so I've been with the industry now for over 15 years and believe I have considerable knowledge and understanding of the ageing population and the retirement village sector and its challenges. I presented evidence for the RVA in a number of planning processes, including the Christchurch Replacement District Plan and the Auckland Unitary Plan processes. We sought and successfully obtained bespoke planning provisions for retirement villages in those areas. And I've also presented evidence at many of the Tier 1 Council Enabling Housing Act processes. This representation briefly sets the scene for our submissions, including the background to the RVA, the retirement living crisis which we face, and what we need for the industry in the present process. The RVA is a voluntary industry association representing the interests of the owners, developers, and managers of registered retirement villages throughout New Zealand. Today, the RVA has some 412 member villages with approximately 41,500 units that are home to around 50,200 older New Zealanders. Our members include all the 5 publicly listed companies: Ryman Healthcare, Somerset Group, Arvida Group, Oceania Healthcare, and Radius Residential Care, other corporate groups such as MetLife Care and Bupa Healthcare, independent operators and not-for-profit operators such as community trusts and religious and welfare organisations, is roughly 96% of the industry by unit number, if you like. The proportion of older people in our communities compared to the rest of the population is increasing rapidly due to population growth and as people are living longer. This trend is no exception for Tauranga City. Tauranga is already a hugely popular retirement destination due to its temperate climate, natural environment, and extensive amenities. For these reasons, there are currently some 30 retirement villages in the city, including 9 that are currently expanding and 6 villages under development. Our villages are currently home to around 4,351 older Kiwis, which is 34% of the plus 75 demographic in Tauranga City. In Tauranga, the plus 75 population is expected to increase from 16,700 in 2023 to 31,690 in 25 years' time in 2048. We expect the demand in the region will continue to grow as more people seek out the high-quality care and amenities that villages provide. The RVA's experience and data shows that demand for retirement villages is outstripping supply, and that this trend will continue to worsen. I also note the retirement village operators are the main providers of new aged care facilities, and growing shortfalls in aged care are increasing pressure on the public health system, and meaning some people are not getting access to the housing and care they need at a critical stage of their lives. Our members are currently heavy users of the RMA processes. Members rely on resource consents to authorise much needed retirement villages and their ongoing operational needs. However, as our submission outlines, the RMA has caused a number of major challenges. Accordingly, the RVA and its members were greatly encouraged by the Enabling Housing Act. We see the present process as a significant enabler of accelerating housing intensification for our ageing population. I note the RVA is heavily engaged in intensification streamlined planning processes across the country. We are seeking consistent provisions in all the Tier 1 cities, which we consider appropriately respond to the relevant statutory directions. Consistency is very important for us for certainty and efficiency. I know the RVA has consulted heavily with our members to ensure the provisions we seek have a unified support across the membership. In Tauranga, the overall outcome we're looking for is to accelerate housing intensification of the ageing population through a consistent and enabling regulatory framework. The framework needs to clearly respond to the needs of the ageing population and the unique features of retirement village activities. Our members find it very difficult to find suitable sites for new villages due to the scale and locations required to provide the best living conditions for older residents. For that reason, our industry has a proven track record of innovation and high quality development. We can provide appropriate intensification on heavily urbanised brownfield sites and in greenfield locations. Villages can go both up and out, depending on the site's characteristics and the zoning. It is thus important that the industry has reasonable access to all new intensification opportunities that overly restrict planning barriers and that overly restrictive planning barriers are removed. We think these outcomes are needed to better reflect the government's housing intensification requirements. Chair, I'm happy to take questions, and these outcomes will be expanded on by Mr. Hinchley and Ms. Nikki Williams. So happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I'll just check. Any questions at this stage, Vicky?
Sorry, in your evidence, and I think you touched on it briefly in your oral, you said that there are currently 30 retirement villages in Tauranga and said 6 are under development. Just wanting to clarify, are the 6 included in the 30 or on top of the 30?
No, they're included in the 30.
Thank you. And then you talked about that Tauranga is a hugely popular retirement destination. I just wondered how it compares to other areas throughout the country. Has Tauranga got a greater proportion or number of retirement villages per capita than other areas?
It does basically. The other area which comes close is Kapiti Coast District Council area. But in terms of the numbers of residents, the number of villages, Tauranga is a popular destination because it's got a benign temperate climate. Basically, it's reasonably handy to Auckland, Hamilton, and other lifestyle destinations. And last but not least, there's also a first-class medical amenities available in the city. So that's the reason why people like to retire there.
Thank you. And you also mentioned that there's some major challenges faced by members in terms of getting consents. I don't know if it's a question for you or Mr. Brown or maybe Ms. Williams, but what are the major challenges that have been faced in Tauranga in getting consents through?
I think that's probably a question best put to Mr. Brown. I think they're probably closer to the coalface in that regard than I am.
Thank you. And one final question, again, this might be a Mr. Brown or a Ms. Williams question, but in terms of the retirement villages that are located within Tauranga, you talked about the need for having sort of the larger sites and site-specific requirements. Where are the villages tend to be located? Are they within the sort of urban areas, sort of city centre areas, or are there any sort of located in the more rural areas or outside of the urban areas?
That's a good question. Basically, villages cater for the population which within about a 10-kilometre radius of the village, and that's slightly closer within a urban environment. The other criterion, I guess, is that the villages need to be close to their residents, normal sort of clubs, their amenities, the doctor, those sorts of facilities. Shopping centres are always popular. But having said that, we note that developments in 10 or 12 years ago in Papamoa, for example, we found that the city expanded out to the village rather than the other way around. So that was an interesting observation. But generally speaking, villages do need to be sort of handy to the amenities for residents, which tends to focus more on a urban development rather than a rural one. But having said that, there are a number of excellent rural villages which again cater for their particular resident demographic and needs. Sorry, there's a more way of answer.
I have one question. In your paragraph 14, you said, you note that you starts off ensuring that transport revisions are fit for purpose. Are you able to provide a comment as to whether you think the transport provisions are in fact fit for purpose?
The only comment on that one is what I've said in the thing is that generally speaking, villages generate fewer traffic movements than a conventional residential development. The specifics, I think probably Mr. Brown and Ms. Williams will have details for and exactly how that works in a specific environment.
Okay, well, I'll follow that question up in relation to your statement on car parking needs. Thank you.
Right, thanks.
Just to clarify on that one, Sue, there is a conferencing process ongoing in relation to transport, and the industry does have an expert involved in that. And as I understand it, there's some progress along with the planning, but there's still unresolved matters. I can't give you the details offhand, but I guess the response at this point is that the provisions are not yet fit for purpose, but we're hopefully heading in the right direction there.
Just looking at your paragraph 5, you talk about the 4,351 older Kiwis. So I presume that's over 75s, given the remainder of that sentence.
Yes, that's correct. The over 75 demographic is the one we normally talk about, although villages, of course, have minimum entry ages as low as 55 or 60. But the fact of the matter is our residents generally move in their mid to late 70s, and therefore that's the number which the demographic generally talk about.
Okay, I just wanted to check that. So there is more than that number of people potentially living in these villages overall.
Oh no, sorry, that is the number of people. Yeah.
Sorry, that's the number of people over 75, or the number of people in villages total.
In paragraph 5, the 4,351 are all the residents, both below and above 75. When we talk about the demographic as a whole, we talk about the plus 75 demographic as opposed to, say, the plus 65. But plus 75 is the average age of the people who have moved in, and the average age of people in the village is probably in the early 80s.
So the second half of the sentence is correct, that 34% of the over 75s in Tauranga City live in the villages.
That's correct.
Because so the riches shouldn't be there. Okay, and then paragraph 6, you use the term penetration rate, and I wondered actually what that really meant, because I didn't quite know what that meant in that sentence.
Yes, it's probably a little bit of jargon. What we really mean is market share. So if you look at the housing options for people aged 75 and above, retirement villages is one option, which is chosen by 16.6% of the demographic nationally. But of course, staying at home or moving to a smaller townhouse unit or moving to a village which is a freehold gated community, those are all options for older people. But when we look at retirement villages, we're talking about market share, which I've described as the penetration rate, but it's a market share is what I mean.
So that's a comparison to the 34 that you've got in Tauranga of over 75s, right, and nationally it's 16.6. Okay, right. And then in terms of, do you know, in terms of the people moving into retirement villages in Tauranga, how many of those are people who are moving from existing residential in Tauranga, or people who are choosing to retire here?
That's, again, it's a fascinating question. Mr. Brown may have some more specific comment on that one, but generally speaking, our experience is that people move to Tauranga at the age of retirement age, and they may spend 5, 6, 8 years living in their own home in Tauranga and then decide it's time to move to a village. Quite often there'll be a health episode will have occurred to one of the party, to one of the partnership, which sort of is the catalyst for them to move to a village where they have a smaller age-appropriate dwelling, friends and companionship there nearby, and of course care if they need it. So that's the sort of process. But others will move directly from another centre straight to a retirement village if downsizing and being close to care is something they're looking for.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was wanting to go down that line too, Mr. Collins, which was whether you've done projections based on a straight line projection from the current sort of profile of retirement villages in Tauranga out to 2048 or 2051 in terms of the number of, if you like, the number of beds that would be required if it was a straight line growth.
We've relied quite heavily on a valuing company called Jones Lang LaSalle, who provide us with a lot of the data about the development. They in turn draw that from operators' council resource consent applications. We, as an industry, we've not done that specific work ourselves, but rely on others to do it. And I'm sure the operators, individual operators, themselves will have those calculations which work for them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the questions, and I'm not wanting to suggest it was underlying Commissioner Knott's question, but it was certainly a question I had in my mind, which is the percentage of people who would be moving from their own home into a retirement village in Tauranga and therefore vacating or enabling the market to pick up an extra house or an extra dwelling. In terms of proportion do you have the stats in terms of the proportion of people who are moving from their own home in Tauranga into retirement villages, and therefore how much of capacity might be being freed up by enabling that to happen, for example?
I dimly recall we did do some work on that a number of years back, which I'll have to go back through our records to see, but Mr. Brown may have some more direct relevant evidence in relation to how Ryman Healthcare found it. But if
because of course, I mean, that is one of the arguments that that the sector makes on a regular basis, and I'm not suggesting for a moment I disbelieve it, but it'd be nice to have some factual information about that.
Let me do some research and see if we can come back to you, councillors, on that matter.
You've got 4 months, I think, so that's fine, at least for this particular trust.
Pick that up on the next hearing if that suits you. I think we do have some information along that line, but we can put that into Mr. Collins' brief for the next hearing.
All right, let's move on. Thank you. Who's next?
Over to Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, welcome again.
Kia ora, Commissioners, and apologies for the earlier technology issues that we had here. As Luke said, my name is Matthew Glenn Brown. I'm the General Manager, Development New Zealand for Ryman Healthcare Limited. I've been in this role since March 2020. I've prepared this statement to provide a brief overview of Ryman and our interests in this process. Ryman is New Zealand's leading retirement village operator. Ryman was established in Christchurch in 1984 and now operates 38 retirement villages across New Zealand. Our villages provide homes for more than 13,200 elderly residents and employ over 6,700 people. Ryman is considered to be a pioneer in many aspects of the healthcare industry, including retirement village design, standards of care, and staff education. Ryman is not a developer per se. Ryman is a resident-focused operator of retirement villages, committed to providing the highest quality housing and care for New Zealand's elderly residents in its villages. Ryman's existing Bob Owens village in Tauranga City provides homes for over 480 of the city's ageing residents. We expect continued growth and investment in the area and continue to be very active looking for sites in the city. Widely published population statistics, as referred to by Mr. Collins, strongly support a growing need for further development of retirement villages and care. We have extensive experience in RMA planning and consenting processes. Many of our recent villages have been through notified resource consent processes. In those processes, the needs of our residents, the social and economic benefits of our villages, and the functional and operational requirements for the layouts of our villages are not given sufficient attention. Instead, the focus has tended to be on neighbouring resident amenity interests and concerns. We have also found that district plans around New Zealand are inconsistent and often poorly provide for retirement villages. These two factors have led to major delays in providing much needed housing and care. I also note that finding suitable sites for our villages in established urban areas where people want to continue to live in their retirement can be very challenging. Planning constraints are a key factor in our decisions to purchase new sites. As with Mr. Collins for the RVA, Ryman is very encouraged by the new direction in the government's enabling housing legislation. We are hopeful that this process will give us access to many more sites that can be used for our villages. We also seek that the consent process be made more streamlined and certain and focused on material matters. These outcomes will enable us to move more quickly on our housing projects and invest with greater certainty. And just to finish, point out that Ryman agrees with and supports the key outcomes sought by the RVA. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions of Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You mentioned in paragraph 8, on average, using the usual RMA process takes about 24 months from purchase of our sites to being ready to build. Do you see that as being as a long period, or in comparison with other type of developments, or is that something that you think needs to be significantly shortened?
Yeah, in that 24-month period, and look, it's often quite a bit longer than that, but 12 to 18 months can be taken up just in well, 12 to 24 months can often be taken up in a notified consent process. So yeah, we certainly believe that there's some opportunity to streamline that process and enable us to get much needed housing on the ground much quicker.
And do you see that the provisions in the plan change 33 will significantly reduce that time period that you've quoted there?
I think the Enabling Housing Act certainly provides a mechanism to to work within that could provide some advantages through the consenting process. Yeah, as I said, a big part of the process is often taken up with neighbouring property amenities around bulk, scale and shading. And while we are very considerate of boundaries and setbacks and height in relation to boundary in our designs, they often take up a lot of time and attention in the process. So anything that sort of enables that part of the process to move a little bit quicker is a good thing.
So in terms of PC 33 though, specifically, do you see that reducing this average 24-month period?
Yeah, I think just with anything specific in the PC 33, would probably just refer to Luke or Nikki to provide some more details around
I could just probably clarify one point. I suppose that I mentioned in the opening the reference to the notification presumptions that are provided in the MDRS. No public notification for multi-unit residential developments, and only limited where you breach standards. Those two changes, if applied to retirement villages, do de-risk that notification that Mr. Brown was talking about quite significantly. Of course, if you breach standards, the notification discussion is on the table, and that's accepted by the industry. But if you can get those presumptions in place, then that will, take some of those months out of the, a lot of the consent processes that the industry goes through. And as I said, I think that at least insofar as the residential zones are concerned, that concept has been generally agreed between the planning officers for the council and Ms. Williams. And Ms. Williams may wish to elaborate on that.
Okay, thank you. And my second question relates to paragraph 6, where you give an example in terms of Karori and Wellington about a waiting list. Do you have a similar waiting list in Tauranga, and do you have any further villages proposed in Tauranga?
So we have just the one village in Tauranga, Bob Owens. Bob Owens' occupancy at the moment is very high, and certainly in the retirement village part of that, part of Bob Owens, we have a strong waiting list. I'm not sure of the exact number, but there is a very strong waiting list, which is why we continue to look for sites in Tauranga City and the wider area. We don't have anything on our books at the moment, but we are looking.
Thank you.
Just one from me following up Commissioner Campbell's question. In relation to the existing village that you have, when was that established? Just roughly.
About 2010. I think I was probably the only one on the team that was around at the time. Yeah. In fact, I think Commissioner Hill, you might have decided that one from memory.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much for reminding me.
It's a very good decision from memory as well.
Thank you.
Therefore, declare a conflict of interest on this particular matter, should I? Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Ms. Williams, I take it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'll largely take my evidence as read and really just run through some key points following up from Mr. Hinchy, Mr. Collins and Mr. Brown. And as noted, this is really just an opening overview, and that we will come back with more detailed evidence at the next hearing stream on the residential zones. And really,
can you just tell us, is further expert conferencing proposed, or is it just you're continuing to talk with council offline?
Yes, it will just be at this stage offline. We completed that conferencing earlier in the year, but there is, apart from, as Mr. Hinchy said, there is some transport conferencing, I think, that is continuing, but we haven't received any notice of further formal conferencing in relation to the residential chapters. Right.
Okay. Well, I mean, just let me signal. I mean, if there is some merit in advancing the issues further forward, then discuss that with council, and they can come back with an application to us for that.
Thank you. So if I'm just at paragraph 12 in my executive summary, where the submissions of the RVA and Ryman seek to ensure that the plan change regime provides and recognises and responds to the needs of the ageing population, which you've heard from Mr. Collins and Mr. Brown, and adopts those provisions that are fit for purpose for the function and operational characteristics of retirement villages and their residents' housing and care needs. And then I just set out in summary really that analysis of that ageing population, and moving to 13.2. Ryman and the RVA seek to ensure that the plan change is consistent with the requirements and expectations of the MPSUD and the Enabling Housing Act and the MDRS standards. They consider that there are many aspects of the notified plan regime that goes beyond those requirements, and certainly through the expert conferencing in terms of the rule framework, we are largely now all agreed about how retirement villages fit in really in terms of being a bespoke 4 or more multi-unit residential activity. And so there at 13.3, I'm really just setting out that analysis of while they're very similar to a multi-unit development, there are some sort of bespoke features, I guess, of retirement villages providing that range of housing care that sort of runs through from independent apartments and townhouses through to more specialist units, which make them slightly different from your standard 4 or more multi-units. And as Mr. Hinchy has pointed out, and Mr. Collins, that certainly the RVA and Ryman are seeking the same or very similar relief across all Tier 1 councils, and certainly we've presented to a number of you before. And this consistency is important, given that at the moment there is quite a discrepancy in how applications for retirement villages are processed across the country, and it does add to complexity and consenting timeframes, as Mr. Brown has identified. So the MPSUD directions and along with the Enabling Housing Act and the MDS National Planning Standards do seek that greater national consistency and alignment to enable housing activities such as retirement villages. On that note, however, and I think this is certainly something that's come up in discussions across the country, at this moment, you know, each local authority's district plan is unique and different. And so really what we are trying to do is fit in as much as we can so that we can fit into the Tauranga City District Plan. If I perhaps just jump through to some of the overview, and here really it was just a point I picked up, particularly I think Mr. Collins referenced it as well, is that in Mr. Mead's evidence, presently at the moment, retirement villages within Tauranga account for 17% of new dwellings, and certainly this is likely to increase as we move forward in time and that ageing population continues to grow. So therefore, based on the information and statistics provided within the submissions and the council analysis, it is evident from a planning perspective that there is a need for the plan change to enable the important residential activities provided by retirement villages, particularly across the residential areas of the city. And certainly, I think there was this comment that one of the commissioners made about the percentage of people that move from existing residential accommodation into retirement villages. And I think certainly at the next hearing, we can come back on that, and we may well have Professor Kearse from Auckland University also providing some further analysis and data around the housing needs of older people and some of the benefits and reasons people move to retirement villages. And also that, you know, there's a range of reasons why some of the existing housing stock becomes unsuitable as people age, in terms of not just the style of housing, but also the distance it may be from key services and amenities. And I think that point's already been made about where retirement villages generally tend to locate, and the idea of being able to have people sort of move from one style of housing to another, but still retain some of the community connections is very important. So therefore, retirement villages do have a different new build pattern from the rest of the housing stock, which is largely made up of the 3 or more bedroom dwellings with a median floor level of 180 square metres. So therefore, it's important that the plan change provide for that diverse range of retirement accommodation and aged care facilities to meet the growing elderly population. In terms of perhaps the more specific matters around the actual planning framework, I think Mr. Hinchy has touched on some of the out of scope issues, and I think that just comes back to, and one of the matters was including the definitions and the definition of a retirement unit versus an independent dwelling unit. And really there, I guess the point of the submission is really thinking about it as a consequential change to the plan change, to really enable some of those differences between a retirement village and a multi-unit development to be provided for within the plan. In terms of the key themes that have been outlined in the Section 42A report, perhaps just honing in on the statutory considerations, and really that the MPSUD does need to be given considerable weight in making decisions that will affect the delivery of retirement housing and care options effectively. And I think you know, if you look even at the national, the MFE guidance on the implementation of the intensification provisions, I think that even sets out that the guide isn't to be read, or the MDRS provisions aren't to be read in isolation of the other objectives and policies of the MPSUD. I just provide an overview of the of the expert conferencing in line with what was reported by the staff in the Section 42A report, and generally concur that I don't think there's really, we're not that far apart, and certainly while the conferencing only focused on the rules, we didn't have the opportunity to discuss the sort of whole policy framework that then supports those rules and the restricted discretionary activity status. It certainly, I think there was general agreement about how a retirement village and the activities of retirement villages are similar to the 4 or more multi-unit, although they do have those bespoke differences. In terms of the standalone planning framework, just to assist, and we'll certainly come back and talk about this in more detail at the next round of hearings, but I have attached as an appendix to my evidence just a really high-level wiring diagram of how we fit in to the plan and the zoning provisions, and just setting out there those specific policies that we have included in, and certainly in the RVA and Ryman submissions, set, I guess, that overall framework to enable the restricted discretionary activity of a retirement village. Overall, I agree with the submissions of the RVA and Ryman, and really we'll come back with more evaluation later on, but certainly very happy to have a discussion this morning if you've got any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. No, it looks like you're getting off scot-free this time round. I'm sure there'll be a lot more when we come back on the detail. But in the meantime, yes, progress that can be made on the provisions obviously very welcome from point of view of the panel. So I encourage you to continue with that. Mr. Henchy.
Well, so that was us in terms of setting the scene, and I guess we'll thank you first of all for hearing us, and I guess we'll hear from you. We'll be in front of you again in a matter of months. I think, did you say 4 months before we appear again? But otherwise, unless there's any homework you'd like us to think about, we've picked up a couple of points from the hearing today. If there's anything else you'd like us to think about over the coming months and come back to you with evidence on, we're happy to do that as well.
Right, thank you for that. There's nothing, none of my commissioners are indicating that there's something in top of mind, but if there is, we'll certainly communicate that to you. So thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Ms. Gregory. Different guys. Yes. Oh, come on. Right. So you're here for Waymark.
I am. I'm kia ora koutou, everyone. My name's Jill Gregory, and I'm here appearing for Waymark Holdings Limited. I'm here by myself today. Mr. McDonald, who is the director and shareholder of the company, is overseas at the moment, and I was hoping to have the planner with us, but he has unfortunately had to go to a tangi this week, so he isn't here. But of course, they will both be involved in the substantive hearing later in the year.
Yes, thank you.
Now, you will have read my legal submissions, and the reason that we are here at the strategic hearing is really just to signal the importance of this plan change to my client and set out what the strategic issue of particular interest is for him, and the fact that he will be bringing expert evidence to the substantive hearing, and looks forward to continuing discussions and conferencing with the council in the meantime. The submissions and his focus is limited to the Mount Maunganui North area, so I haven't and don't intend to address any other parts of the plan change today, or probably at the substantive hearing. So in my submissions, what I've done is just set out a bit of background around the Mount Maunganui North area in terms of what was notified in the plan change at paras 4 onwards. And that essentially, as we understand it, introduces provisions that duplicate really what's in the operative plan, but within the suburban area or what was a general residential zone, it's obviously included that MDRS as a mandatory requirement, and Mr McDonald doesn't have any concerns with those. He accepts that that's a mandatory requirement. What he does oppose is the addition of any additional height in the medium residential zone in the Mount Maunganui North area. And so therefore he lodged further submission opposing 3 key submissions. One of those was by the council itself, seeking some additional height, except that the council has actually withdrawn those submission points. That's welcomed by my client, and currently, as it aligns, my client supports the council's current position. The other submission of concern is the Sanderson Management Limited submission at paragraph 7A. Understand you'll be hearing from them later today. They are seeking an introduction of higher density zoning within the Mount Maunganui North area up to 27 metres, and I've set that out on a map there. And that's supported by the Urban Task Force for Tauranga submission as well. So what this crunches down to really is, for my client, is that the strategic issue is where or how the council or how you as commissioners should be giving effect to policy 3D in the Mount Maunganui North area. So policy 3D obviously requires the plan to provide for building heights and densities commensurate to the level of commercial activity or community services in that centre. What the council's 32 report did was assess the Mount Maunganui North commercial area, determine that it was a town centre, and note that essentially the density that was provided in the operative plan, along with the MDRS, was sufficient to meet that test about being commensurate. That has been obviously challenged by some submissions, and there'll obviously be a lot of evidence at the substantive hearing, but the case for my client at the moment is that Mount Maunganui North is not a typical town centre, that it is a unique commercial area, and this is set out at para 11 of my legal submissions. It doesn't contain the types of commercial services that you would expect in a town centre, such as supermarkets. It doesn't have community services, such as post office, banks, transport, public transport, and that therefore the MDRS and the medium density zone is commensurate with that sort of function that it has. It is not appropriate to be including additional high density. I've also noted that at B, paragraph B there, that there is some high density provided for already. At C, that it's obviously a very unique landscape and the importance of Mount Maunganui. And at D there is a concern that there's a lack of suitable infrastructure within the Mount area. So overall at this stage, it's our submission that the notified version of Plan Change 33 for the Mount North area will give effect to policy 3D. I've read in some of the submissions that, and there's some mention of the Mount being a highly desirable place to live, and I just want to sort of address that in terms of the MPS and providing for intensification. It's my submission that you need to consider carefully what the role of the Mount and the commercial centre is, and when you're giving effect to the MPS UD as a whole. When you look at other, aside from policy 3D and the commercial centre, the area is actually highly exposed to sea level rise and coastal hazards as identified in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's climate risk assessment. And when you think about the location of the Mount, it's essentially a cul-de-sac. It has limited transport options. And this means that in the absence of commercial activity, with putting aside the sort of tourism and hospitality facilities that are there, and the community services, essentially residents in that area need to use private vehicles to access supermarkets, medical services, and community facilities like libraries. Now, if we do think about what the NPSUD is trying to achieve as a whole, and that high quality urban environments that are also resilient to climate change, we need to then think about where intensification should be focused. And in my submission, these areas should be around services where these services are provided and it's easy to access. We talk about walkable catchments, we talk about encouraging active transport modes, or forming around rapid transit systems. None of these prerequisites are actually found in the Mount Maunganui North area. The potential outcome of intensification here is essentially more people living in an area being dependent on private vehicles to access daily activities. So while we await for the further work the council's doing on the nature and function of the commercial centre, we are signalling now that we're opposed to any additional height beyond the MDRS. And we're concerned in particular that the desire for height in this area is being pushed by a particular developer who's interested in one particular site and the potential financial returns from that development. What has been concerning from my client's perspective is the conferencing and discussions that have occurred to date between the council and Sanderson without input from other submitters and their experts, and we are hopeful for a more transparent process moving forward. On that note, I have set out in my written submissions there has been some confusing communication from council about the role of the Mount Te Arataki spatial plan. And it's evident there are members of the community who understand that that spatial planning process is where the future look and feel of the Mount Maunganui North area in particular will be determined. Now, as you said, I do act for local authorities and I have some empathy for the place the council has found itself in short timeframes having to introduce this plan change when it had its own housing work underway. We're not yet obviously sure what the council's position is going to be on how to implement policy 3D, but we would just ask the council to consider the possibility of allowing late submissions or even further late submissions to ensure that the community in the Mount Maunganui North area has the opportunity to be involved and understands that implementing the NPSUD does in fact set those minimum permitted height levels. So that's really why I'm here today and happy to answer any questions that you might have. I understand there was some discussion about the NPSUD and giving effect to it as a whole, so happy to have those conversations.
Gregory, thank you. Maybe just unpack that last comment that you made about late providing for late submissions and so on, just so we understand exactly what's going on there.
Yeah, so I think in my submissions I've referred briefly to the legal tests around scope, and Mr. Fisher set those out for you this morning, and I accept and agree with the case law that has been provided and discussed at many of these IPI hearings. Obviously, the Clearwater tests have two steps. The first in relation to sort of the scope of the plan change, and I think it's accepted that Section 80E provides some clear boundaries for what's in jurisdiction of this process. I think from that point of view, in terms of the height and the appropriate height and giving effect to policy 3D at the Mount, I accept that that is within the scope of submissions, the 32 report and the Commissioner's view in making your determination or recommendations. In terms of the second step around procedural fairness, essentially in the Clearwater tests, the concern is that there has been some communication around the spatial plan work that's underway and the Plan Change 33 work that has happened, and which of those forums people should be involved in. And the concern is that people may have not got involved in Plan Change 33 on the understanding that the spatial plan process was where those heights would be discussed. Obviously, there's a legislative requirement for you to ensure that policy 3D is given effect to. And if the council's position is to change those heights from what was notified, then my submission is that there's potentially people within the community who need to be aware that that decision is being made in this forum and that they could be invited to make further submissions. The difference between a submission and a further submission in the late process obviously relates to re-notifying it and allowing further submissions. So it may be that a further submission process is more appropriate.
Invite any comment from council on that matter. Don't feel pressured to answer anything, but
no, I just wanted to outline the process that council has taken. So totally take those comments on board in terms of confusion. We've tried in terms through that submission process to be as open and clear as possible with the community. So one further step that council took through the further submission process and providing the summary of submissions is to send a letter to all residents within that Mount area. And that was to identify or to let those residents know that we have received a number of submissions around council giving effect to policy 3 within that Mount North area. And as a result of that further submission process, as set out in my opening statement in section 42A, we received 205 submissions. I can give you the complete number, but a large proportion of those further submissions were from residents within the Mount North area, providing very clear, I suppose, seeking really clear relief in terms of additional height within that location.
So I take it as a summary point there that they're in the process.
A large number of residents through that further submission process. In terms of progressing the Mount Spatial Plan, we're being very clear in terms of our engagement around what the Mount Spatial Plan is looking at in terms of what we discussed earlier around what is the interventions or what does council need to provide for and plan for to support the growth of the Mount to Arataki. So just to be really clear, when we talk about the Mount Spatial Plan, we're talking about Mount all the way down to Arataki, which is Bayfair.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions of Ms. Gregory? Thank you, Ms. Gregory. You seem to be carrying some sort of bug. I hope it gets over fairly quickly. Yes.
It's winter.
Yes, it is winter. Yes, I've noticed. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, here? Online. Right, who have we got? Nina Daly.
Kia ora, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can indeed. Good afternoon. Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is Jacob Burton appearing for QRL Holdings Limited. And with me I have Ms. Daly.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Right. Okay, you've obviously been listening, so where you go.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just before starting, confirming whether the Commissioners have received a copy of our Session 1 legal submissions.
Yes, I can confirm that, and we've read them, not just received them. Yeah.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you, sir. On that basis, propose to just speak to a summary and of the some key aspects of those submissions rather than reading through it line by line. But however, if you prefer I did that, I'm happy to do that.
No, sir, no. Just hit the high points, Mr. Burton. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So QRL is a state-owned enterprise and requiring authority, and it holds designations for railway purposes all across New Zealand, particularly in the Mount Maunganui Spur and East Coast Main Trunk, which pass through the Tauranga district, carrying freight from and to Port of Tauranga around the rest of the country. And that's a critical freight route. And through Session 2, Kira will be providing evidence on some particular details of that freight route and how it services what's called the Golden Triangle between the Waikato, Auckland regions and Bay of Plenty. Key rails submitted on Plan Change 33 to ensure good management of the interface between urban development and lawfully established critical infrastructure, such as the railway network. And its key focus in its submission is in ensuring that we've got an integrated and proactive approach to managing the interface between infrastructure and intensification along those key infrastructure corridors. In particular, Key Rail sought in its submission recognition of the rail corridor as a qualifying matter, setback controls for buildings and structures in the medium density residential zone that adjoin the rail corridor, and associated matters of discretion for that. Retention of the acoustic controls already in the operative Tauranga district plan. New vibration control for buildings within 60 metres of the rail corridor, and that's to ensure that vibration effects are appropriately addressed, and an associated matter of discretion for that. Tauranga City Council does not recognise or has not recognised the rail corridor as a qualifying matter in PC 33 as notified. The council officers recommended rejection of Key Rail's relief regarding vibration controls and the associated matters of discretion. And that's on the basis that these are not on the plan change and they're not within scope of the plan change. And in relation to the rest of Key Rail's relief, council officers' recommendations weren't conclusive on that in the Section 42A report. And as you may have heard from other submitters this morning, commissioners, this approach is different to what a number of other councils have been taking throughout the country. Of note there, Porirua, Selwyn, Waipa and Auckland. And in our submission, all of Key Rail's relief is squarely within the scope of Plan Change 33. And I'll get to, I guess, the different legal boxes that the particular relief fits into shortly, but squarely all of it is within scope of this plan change. So just turning specifically to whether vibration controls are on the plan change, you would have heard, I imagine a number of times this morning already, commissioners, about the Clearwater test and the law in relation to scope from that test. Essentially, there's two limbs to that test. The submission cannot go beyond the change to the status quo as proposed to be addressed through the plan change, and there must be adequate opportunities to provided for directly affected parties to participate. In our submission, the new vibration controls sought by Key Rail are squarely on the plan change. In relation to that, or I guess to get to the point where, to provide further context to that point, it's critical to first understand the nature of the alterations to PC 33. The overarching objective of the plan change is to incorporate those medium density residential standards and give effect to policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD. In implementing these requirements, a key focus of the plan change is obviously on intensifying development in urban areas, and also a key focus of NPSUD is intensification around rapid transit networks and transport corridors such as the rail network. In circumstances where PC33 is proposing to upzone or increase that intensification along the rail corridor, there's an obvious link between that a higher number of sensitive receivers living in those environments and the need to carefully manage that interface as a result of that intensification, and particularly those effects that intensification brings in terms of reverse sensitivity and health and amenity concerns on residents living in those areas. And at paragraph 26 of my legal submissions there, I've quoted a key aspect of the Section 32 report, which outlines these exact issues and how they've been considered in relation to the national grid through this plan change. And our submission is that the exact same principles apply when you're looking at managing other nationally significant infrastructure, such as the rail corridor. And in paragraph 27, I've set out Key Rail's relief, which is intended to manage that interface more carefully. So Plan Change 33 has expressly recognised the need to manage reverse sensitivity effects on infrastructure. And it's done that through, on the one hand, retaining the existing noise controls within the plan, which Key Rail supports. But it's also notified, it's proposed the inclusion of new noise controls for managing reverse sensitivity on the Cameron Road corridor. And so noise controls are clearly a mechanism recognised and provided for through this IPI process to manage that interface between infrastructure and intensified areas where you've got more noise sensitive activities establishing near that infrastructure. And so the reasoning behind vibration controls is exactly the same as noise controls. They're required to help carefully manage that interface and manage those reverse sensitivity effects on the rail network. So that addresses the point around whether or not the Key Rail's relief is on the plan change. In our submission, it squarely is. In terms of the question around public participation, the council was required to publicly notify Plan Change 33 and every person likely to be directly affected. Landowners affected by Plan Change 33, including those in areas proposed to be intensified around the rail corridor, were on notice of the proposed changes. Any affected party reviewing Plan Change 33, including the Section 32 report and those discussions around carefully managing interface between intensification and infrastructure, would have been on notice that urban development in these areas needs to be carefully managed. And whether the rail corridor should be identified as a qualifying matter was something raised in submissions and the council officer's report. And in relation to that, we had other parties who reviewed those submissions, then providing further submissions on that point. And one example that I've just pulled out there is Kainga Order, who provided a further submission in opposition of Key Rail seeking the rail corridor be recognised as a qualifying matter. And critically, as I've mentioned, Plan Change 33 already proposed to introduce new noise controls, and that was along the Cameron Road corridor to manage the reverse sensitivity effects. And so there's clearly already a resource management issue here that IPI is intending to carefully manage. Turning to the qualifying matters and related provisions. So this is essentially the balance of the scope questions that were raised with Key Rail's relief. And so the vibration controls that we're seeking are also addressed in this section. I'll get to it in a moment, but essentially we're saying setbacks fall under the legal box of a qualifying matter because they directly relate to density, so they're a density control, and noise and vibration controls that Key Rail seeking, well, Key Rail seeking vibration controls, but seeking retention of the noise controls. Those aren't squarely qualifying matters because they don't directly affect density, but they fall under the box of related provisions. Excuse me. Because they're necessary for managing the safe or efficient operation of nationally significant infrastructure. So turning first to setbacks and how they fall under that box of being a qualifying matter. So I've set out at paragraph 33.3 of my legal submissions the definitions that Ki Reo falls under as a qualifying matter. And so there's two definitions there that it meets. The key aspect of the plan change in relation to the incorporation of the NDRS and policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD requires the council to consider whether there should be, or areas should be less enabling of density where a qualifying matter applies. And so through its submission, and Ki Reo not being alone in this matter, there are other submitters that have raised similar things, but Ki Reo has sought density standards that are less enabling of development than the NDRS, and that's to ensure, as I've mentioned, the safe and efficient operation of the rail corridor, and those controls are the setback controls that I've mentioned. I guess the key aspect with that is that the wording of the legislation, it's very clear that even if a council doesn't recognise something as a qualifying matter in its notified version of the plan, there's very clear pathways through the legislation for submitters to seek new qualifying matters be introduced through the submission process. And that's consistent with the approach taken through Auckland and Waipa and Selwyn and a range of other councils. Turning to related provisions. So it's section 80E that gives the council the broad discretion to amend or include related provisions through Plan Change 33. And in our submission, it's the express use of the terms amend or include that provides scope to introduce new or alter existing provisions in the plan where those provisions support or are consequential on the mandatory requirements of the IPI process. So under the RMA, support or consequential aren't defined, and appreciate and acknowledging, as the previous submitter did, a lot of councils have had to grapple with this at pace across the country, and so it's not it's unsurprising that there is some inconsistency in approach across different councils on this. But in our submission, support or consequential can and must include provisions to manage the interface between intensification and infrastructure in a similar way that the harder density controls can be managed through qualifying matters. Quite clearly in our submission, the implementation of the NDRS and policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD contemplate and actually seek to enable more people living near the rail corridor in Tauranga, and as a consequence, provisions to mitigate the effects of intensification are necessary and appropriate to support that. I've quoted some of the department report and select committee discussions on the preparation of the enabling housing supply amendments to the RMA there, but don't propose to go through those in detail. But essentially they make it clear that it was contemplated that submitters could introduce or seek the introduction of further controls as related provisions where they're related to managing those key issues that I've identified around the interface between infrastructure and intensification. And as I mentioned before, a clear example of those is the noise provisions introduced along the Cameron Road corridor, which are already in the notified plan. And so, in relation to the vibration controls sought by Ki Reo, in our submission squarely within Section 80E and related provisions within the scope of the plan change. That's everything I wanted to touch on. I'm happy to take questions from the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. You're probably aware that a couple of us sat on the WIPAR or are still sitting on the WIPAR IPI, and in that context, when Dr. Childs actually ran through his expert evidence with respect to vibration, one of the things that we asked them to do, which they did provide, was a map of all the properties that would actually be affected by the setback that he was seeking in that. So just a bit of a heads up in terms of when we resume later on the year, be useful to have that information before us.
Okay, thank you, sir. I can let Dr. Childs know because he will be providing evidence as part of session 2 on the merits of those controls.
Thank you. I had a question in terms of the intensification. There's obviously mention about being adjacent to transport corridors. Do you see Kiwi Rail's network being assisting in urban development in terms of a transport link?
Do you mean in terms of a passenger transport link? So passenger rail, sir?
Yes.
Yes, and so I guess a key aspect of these controls, and Kira will be providing evidence through session 2 explaining some of the context of this in further detail. But essentially, Kira takes a very pragmatic approach to development along the rail corridor. It's not anti-development near the rail corridor, but it's about future-proofing as the rail network has a growing role in reducing transport emissions, but also as we try to, through government investment, trying to make rail more competitive to road as a mode of transport for both freight and people. And so certainly KRL is not looking to preclude any future opportunities to expand that further in the Tauranga district. And yeah, as I said, we'll provide evidence to provide more context on that. But certainly where you have people living close to the rail corridor, and walkable catchments of transport nodes, that's actually a key thing that the NPSUD is trying to encourage and enable, and KRL is alive to that and just wants to make sure that where that is occurring, it's occurring in a way that interface is carefully managed and people that are living in these areas are living in healthy environments.
It's sort of it comes across as a bit of almost a conflict where you're wanting to reduce the density effectively by the setbacks, but the Act seems to the Act talks about getting people closer to transport links, and it's a bit of a trade-off, isn't it?
Well, I think you can read those consistently because just because KRL is seeking a 5-metre setback, it doesn't mean that people can't still be located close to the rail corridor. You can still have something 5 metres back from the rail corridor boundary and it would still be very, very close. But it's ensuring that where you have people locating right up against the boundary, it results in challenges that are very difficult to deal with later once those activities are already established in those locations. For example, where there's rail corridor widening projects, or actually people who are just trying to maintain their buildings in a safe way without having to go over to the rail corridor with scaffolding, for example. Lots of practical reasons, but again, we can speak to that in more detail through session 2.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burton. That's understood for the present moment, and we look forward to seeing you in October.
Thank you, commissioners, and appreciate accommodating us through video link. It's really helpful from our perspective that we've been able to attend by that. And also thank you to Ms. Norris and Ms. Speedy for all their great work with coordinating the hearings so well.
Well, everyone's very happy and we can now go to lunch, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right. Right, everybody, thank you very much. Let's take lunch and we'll be back at 2 o'clock with Tauranga Crossing. All right. Right, let's resume. Thank you very much. Mr. Hennick, welcome. And you don't look virtual to me, Mr. Albert. Not you, seem to be here. Yes.
Here in person. Aren't you lucky?
Aren't we just? Right, Mr. Hennick, away you go with Tauranga Crossing, I gather.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I do have some brief legal submissions on behalf of Tauranga Crossing, focusing on the question of scope. And then Mr. Arbuthnot also has some legal planning evidence that he will be speaking to as well.
Oh, I think the slip was quite intentional and quite appropriate.
So, turning to my legal submissions, so these, the purpose of this hearing for us is to very briefly introduce our case, but then to focus on scope. So, Tauranga Crossing is the owner and operator of a regional shopping centre and large format retail centre located on Tarakura Drive, known as Tauranga Crossing. These developments have developed in a staged manner, and upon completion, Tauranga Crossing is expected to be one of the largest shopping centres in New Zealand. Tauranga Crossing's submission on Plan Change 33 is in general support of the plan change, but importantly, it has sought changes to ensure that the plan change appropriately gives effect to Policy 3 of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and provides for commercial activity in the Tauriko commercial zone that is commensurate with the scale of development planned in Tauriko West, and in particular residential development planned there. Tauranga Crossing has also sought that cross-references to the residential outcomes framework be deleted throughout Chapter 14 and Chapter 17, and that amendments be made to Policy 14A.1.1.3 to more appropriately align with the requirements in the NPS UD. And so at a subsequent hearing, we will present detailed evidence and submissions on those points. The Section 42A report for this Session 1 hearing considered that 2 of Tauranga Crossing's submission points are out of scope of Plan Change 33 because they do not address an alteration to the status quo. And it does seem potentially from the legal submissions for the Council that position may be softening somewhat, and I will come on to that in a little bit more detail later in these submissions. At 1.5, I do set out the 2 submission points at issue. So the first one seeks a change to the maximum height, and the second provision seeks the removal of a cap on GFA in the centre. So Section 2 of my submissions addresses scope. You'll have heard a number of other submissions on these points, so I'm not going to go chapter and verse through these. The key point is really the one at 2.3, which is that giving effect to Policy 3 of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development is a key part of the plan change. The Council, through that, is able to create new residential zones or amend existing residential zones and create new urban non-residential zones or amend existing urban non-residential zones. Also, Policy 3 refers to increasing building heights and densities in city centre zones, metropolitan centre zones, areas within a walkable catchment of rapid transit stops, city centre zones, and town centre zones are equivalent. And on that point, there isn't a specific residential focus. It is about those zones and the enablement within those zones generally. Moving through to Section 3, the focus in the Section 42A report is on whether our submissions commented on the extent of the change to the status quo contemplated through Plan Change 33, and on that basis said that it wasn't within scope. And so we disagree with that. At 3.2 to 3.4, I go through the legal tests regarding scope. I don't intend to take you through those. I understand you've heard plenty on that already. And it's more the application in our situation here. So at 3.5, in determining whether a submission is on Plan Change 33, it's necessary to understand the nature and breadth of the proposed alteration to the plan. There's a series of principles that are relevant. I make the point at 3.6 that Plan Change 33 is broad and substantially alters the status quo. It's not a narrow plan change, but also relevant to it is that statutory purpose, which I've taken you to already. So in changing its city plan to give effect to Policy 3, TCC must ensure that the provisions for each urban non-residential zone give effect to Policy 3. And given this, PC33 encompasses most of the Tauranga district and substantially alters the status quo for intensification in both residential and non-residential areas. Critical submission for us is at 3.8, which is that in our submission, given the breadth, any submissions that seek changes to incorporate the MDRS or of relevance to us to give effect to policies 3 and 4 of the MPSUD are within the ambit of Plan Change 33 and are within scope. I also take you to some of the recent findings from the Auckland Independent Hearing Panel considering similar issues. As you'll be aware, these issues are not unique to Tauranga, they're going on up and down the country. And generally through those processes, there has been a broader interpretation of the question of scope, and changes such as those sought by Tauranga Crossing have in those other contexts certainly been considered to be on the plan change there. At 3.9, Tauranga Crossing submission points seek to ensure that Plan Change 33 appropriately gives effect to Policy 3 of the MPSUD. So it focuses on additional height and density opportunities within the Tauriko commercial zone, which is in accordance with Policy 3 of the MPSUD. At 3.10, make the point that the Section 32 report has not addressed or evaluated the specific changes sought by Tauranga Crossing. That's not uncommon for this type of situation, and my submission is not determinative of whether the submission is on Plan Change 33. At 3.11, I make the point that the changes are not out of left field, in the sense that they are the very types of changes that are contemplated by a plan change process seeking greater intensification. I mentioned earlier the potential concession or changing of the council position in relation to our submission points, and so do wish to just acknowledge paragraph 33 of the council's opening submissions, that stated that it considered that it was consistent with the statutory intent to treat submissions seeking implementation of Policy 3 of the MPS as being on the plan change. And so it does seem that that is a different position to the harder line that was taken in the Section 42A report by Council. Turning to the second limb as far as fairness to other parties, and on that, make the point that there has been broad public notification of the plan change and wide detail about the nature of the sorts of intensification contemplated by it here, as well as in a lot of other places around the country. I think you'd have to almost have your head in the sand to have ignored the fact that there is this process going on to significantly increase intensification. That, coupled with the fact that there have been a number of parties that have further submitted on Tauranga Crossing's primary submissions, for example, can provide the committee with, or the panel with, comfort that there has been a real opportunity for people to participate in the process. So that was all I was going to address you on, unless you had any initial questions. Otherwise, I was going to hand over to Mr. Buthnott from a planning perspective.
So just a couple of quick ones from me. In para 3.10, you talk about the Section 32 report not having assessed or evaluated the Tauranga Crossing relief. As part of your evidence for the substantive, will you be providing us with a Section 32AA assessment?
Correct, yes. And there has been already expert conferencing undertaken in relation to the submission points that Tauranga Crossing has made, and Mr. Arbuthnot's happy to discuss that with you as well.
And then just secondly, in relation to your point about Clearwater Limb 2 and other parties having been afforded the opportunity to prepare a submission, just wondering, has Tauranga Crossing undertaken any direct consultation with its neighbours in relation to the relief that it's seeking through this process?
Not that I am specifically aware of, although there have been ongoing discussions with Council, Wakakotahi and other stakeholders in the context of the broader intensification contemplated for Tauranga West and the consequential needs of Tauranga Crossing associated with that. So there have been certainly discussions from that perspective, but I don't understand that there have been specific additional consultation that Tauranga Crossing has carried out with its immediate neighbours.
Thank you. And this is probably more a question for Ms. Speedy, but before, in relation to Mount Maunganui North, Ms. Speedy, you told us that Council had, when they'd received the submission about having the increased heights in that area, directly written to affected people in that area. Has a similar process been undertaken by Council for this particular submission?
No, there hasn't, and that's considering the relief being sought in the submission point from Tauranga Crossing Limited, this which is set out in the legal submission. So it's quite specific in that they have sought to amend the existing Tauranga Crossing, well, as I was talking about this morning, the specific zone provisions of Tauranga Crossing, the commercial zone, which is to increase height and to remove the GFA limits. And it wasn't seeking to enable or provide for residential intensification within that walkable catchment to give effect to policy 3C or 3D.
Yeah.
Just a confirmation, if you would, Ms. Manhagan, 3.8, you're not looking for an early determination on that matter, are you?
No. It's one that we are essentially wanting the opportunity to continue to have the discussions and to put our case forward at the session 2 hearing.
Mr. Arbuthnot.
Thank you. So my name is Mark Arbuthnot. I'm a planner with Bentley & Co. I was first, so section 1 of my evidence sets out a bit of an introduction. I won't read all of that out, obviously, but other than to say that I was first engaged by Tauranga Crossing Limited back in 2012 to assist with the sale and purchase of the land. And since that time, I've been involved in all of the resource consents that have been granted, both for the actual shopping centre there, as well as the large format lifestyle centre, I think is what it's called, across the street as well. So that's something I've been involved with for the last 10 or 12 years, 10, 11 years. Section 2 sets out that background. Mr. Manhinnick's taking you through the background of that. I guess the key thing to note, I suppose, relevant to the submission point is at 2.2, and that's the consents that are currently held by Tauranga Crossing enable a total retail gross floor area of just over 64,000 square metres. And that's relevant in terms of the specific relief that they're seeking as well, which I'll just step to in a moment. Section 3 is the scope of the evidence, which I'll take as read, if I may. And maybe if we go to section 4, which is about the specific submission points, there's 2 specific points that you've already heard about. The first one is about the maximum permitted height and seeking an increase in height from 16 metres to 21 metres. And then the second one being the deletion of the gross floor area rule, which is a cap set currently at 47,600 square metres, I believe, and to infringe that as a non-compliant activity. So Tauranga Crossing Limited already have a resource consent or a number of resource consents to infringe that limit. And so what submission says at 4.2 is that the current rules, or those 2 specific current rules, do not enable building heights and density of urban form that's commensurate to the significance of the centre to serve both the existing and likely future population in the area.
Do the existing consents permit you to exceed the height?
No,
compliant height.
Okay, so what's the existing height, just a matter of interest?
Well, 16 meters is permitted,
16
and
meters,
there's
yeah.
elements that are at 16 meters.
Okay, thanks.
And then obviously there's a discussion point in the section 42A about it being out of scope because they're not addressing an alteration to the status quo. And so section 5 sets out the scope of the plan change and Tauranga Crossings submission points itself. Obviously, you're well aware in terms of the scope is to incorporate the MDRS, and it's also to give effect to policy 3. At section 5.2, I set out what policy 3 of the MPSUD requires. Again, you'll be very familiar with all of this, but I guess the key points, and Mr. Manhinnick alluded to it as well, is that particularly in the metropolitan centre zones, and particularly in item D within other neighbourhood, local or town centre zones, the building heights and densities are related to either business use or commercial activity, rather than necessarily being solely limited to residential. And I think that's quite important because when we read down later on into the evidence in terms of the rationale sitting in behind why it's not been addressed in the Tauranga commercial zone, seems to be more in relation to its suitability for residential intensification rather than its suitability for extra height or gross floor area or density in respect of commercial or business development. And so my opinion is that the scope of plan change 33, if we're dealing with the MDRS and we're dealing with policy 3, is that it's actually quite broad. And you can start to see that in terms of the changes that are actually proposed in there. We do have changes to residential zones for the MDRS. You do have the removal of the existing height limits in parts of the city centre. We do have increased building heights within identified parts of commercial zones, and there are removal of density limits as well within the commercial zones, where that's to enable greater density and scale of residential development. And so that takes me back to the point at 5.5 that I've just made, which is that, you know, the 32 analysis advises that its focus is on residential intensification, and in doing so has reached a conclusion that obviously in that context the additional height or density of urban forms not required for the Tauranga commercial zone. And sorry, maybe the Tauranga commercial zone is a very bespoke zone that applies to the shopping centre itself. It doesn't go anywhere else. It's just limited to the one parcel that the actual shopping centre is located on.
I guess you'll tell us next time around what the purpose of the extra height is, but I'm assuming that that's for residential purposes. You're not looking for office or
it would be a mixture of everything.
Mixture of everything.
So
yeah.
Where Tauranga Crossing Limited are at the moment, they've obviously got a stage 3 development that they're planning to implement in the course of the next 12 months. They are now, in terms of, if you think about the planning landscape, has changed quite considerably since 2012 in the area. When they first purchased the land, it was sort of out on the fringes, sort of by Pies Pa, you know, and sort of good sort of strategic location for the sub-region and maybe the broader region as well. Since then, obviously, a lot more residential intensification, a lot more industrial intensification going on in the area. So they're now turning their mind again to within the old stage 1 area, to the extent to which, well, what does that mean in terms of the intensification going on in terms of the ongoing or the future use of it? Is what's currently there, particularly at the stage 1, the right fit, and does it need to change over the course of the next plan? So that was very much my brief from the client, was that over the course of the next 10 years, because we'll be stepping into the city plan review as well quite soon, next year, I assume. I do need to start turning my mind in terms of, well, what's the planning framework for the next plan period? So it's looking at that sort of future long-term view, rather than necessarily have a particular master plan in mind. It's very much sort of at the starting of that process. And then at 5.6, really what I'm saying is that because the statutory obligation is to give effect to policy 3 in all non-residential zones, then that does apply to all of the non-residential zones and therefore substantially changes the status quo in any event. And so at 5.7, as a consequence of seeking to give effect to policy 3 of the MPSUD, my opinion is that those 2 submission points are actually on the plan change themselves. And at 5.8, again, look, it's consistent with how other tier 1 authorities are dealing with height as well. We've got Auckland Council obviously removing height from the city centre. We've got Kapiti Coast increasing heights in town and local centres as well. And Christchurch City Council, again, within their proposed plan, again, having increased height opportunity within each of the town centres. I think that's probably all I've got to say on it. Happy to take any questions as well.
Thank you very much, Mark. Any questions?
Oh, that's it. Sorry. Yes, I'm getting confused by colours of buttons now. My button wasn't working. So the existing consent already allows quite a reasonable exceedance of the floor space. What process did that have to go through? What activity status was that?
It was a non-compliant activity consent. And so in obtaining that consent, we did an analysis of the distributional effects with a focus on the town centre, on the city centre, as well as the other key centres, as well as the transport effects as well were quite important.
So, and that would currently be the same as the plans PC 33 is currently written. If you were to go for that again, it'd be exactly the same process.
That's correct. For every square metre of GFA, they want to add a non-compliant activity consent.
And then the final thing for me then, just to clarify the point that you made at the end of giving your evidence, was that any additional floor space would be through effectively redevelopment of earlier stages or alterations to earlier stages?
Yes, so their stage 3 development effectively develops most of the remainder of the vacant land. So any future development from that would then be looking at either the car parking areas in terms of better, more efficient use of that, or actual existing development on that stage 1 area.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. See you in October. Welcome, Ms. Thomas. Sorry about that. Just pulling up your legal subs. So we're all ears. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioner. So you have my legal submissions, which I've filed on behalf of Arapotama, the Department of Corrections. Planning evidence from Mr. Allett has also been lodged on the department's behalf, so you should also have that. Unfortunately, Mr. Allett isn't available today, but if you do have any questions for him, he should be available tomorrow. Otherwise, obviously, he'll be attending the hearing.
With an offer like that, I think you can assume that we won't be calling on him. Yes.
I'm sure he'll be pleased.
We'll let you know. We'll let you know.
Thank you. So you'll be aware that several of the commissioners, I think, are involved in other IPIs on which Arapotama has made submissions. And broadly, those submissions seek firstly amendments to definitions. So that's particularly in relation to the definition of residential activity, residential unit and household, to make it clear that the residential activity and residential units which are to be enabled by IPIs include residential units and households managed by Arapotama. And then secondly, in some cases, Arapotama has also sought provision for community corrections activities in appropriate zones, including a definition of that term as per the National Planning Standards. And as I think you referred to this morning, sir, that is to ensure that urban environments are well functioning as required by Objective 1 of the NPSUD. as I mentioned, I think 3 of the 4 commissioners are sitting on hearings for other IPIs with which Arapatāma is already involved. And so I expect we'll already be familiar with its arguments. My colleague Rachel Murdoch may have appeared before you previously for Arapatāma at those hearings, but she's on leave, so I am appearing before you today. So my legal submissions address essentially the submission for Arapatāma and its case on Plan Change 33, and then respond to the assertion made in the Section 42A report that the majority of Arapatāma's submission points, all of those essentially, which do not seek to retain notified provisions, are outside of scope. So perhaps, again, rather than reading these, you've had them already and hopefully you've had a chance to have a review. Perhaps if I just take you through them and highlight the key sections, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, thank you.
So I described there in Section 2 the overall outcome sought by Arapatāma through Plan Change 33. Mr. Allett's evidence describes in detail the activities that Arapatāma undertakes within communities as part of its essential role within the justice system. So at paragraph 2.2, there I note that those activities essentially include the provision of homes for people within its care who are serving sentences in the community. And then at paragraph 2.3, I describe there the community corrections facilities which Arapatāma also operates. At paragraph 2.4, I say there that both the provisions of homes and the operation of community corrections facilities are not only a necessary part of Arapatāma's statutory mandate, but those activities have an essential role in the functioning of the justice system. And as I mentioned in paragraph 2.5, our case is essentially that as Aotearoa's urban environments evolve through intensification, implementing the objectives of the NPSUD necessitates that those activities are clearly provided for if those environments are to be well functioning in the NPSUD sense, as well as enabling all people and communities to provide for their well-being. I address paragraph 2.7, essentially what our relief is that we seek on Plan Change 33. There's two sets of relief really there. We've broken it down into 2 parts. One is what we've termed the residential definitions relief, which, as I mentioned, seeks inclusion of a definition of residential unit to align with the definition of that term in the National Planning Standards, as well as the addition of a definition of household to make it clear that the household definition includes households of people supported and supervised by Arapatāma. We seek also amendment to the existing definition of residential activity to align with the planning standards, and then deletion of the definitions of independent dwelling unit and shared accommodation, and consequential amendments to the use of those terms throughout the plan. And then in paragraph 2.8, I've addressed there what we call the community corrections activity relief. And there I say that we seek inclusion of a definition of that term, which again is to align with the National Planning Standards, and then classification of the activity status of community corrections activities in certain zones as permitted. And I note there at paragraph 2.9 that for his part, Mr. Allett concludes that both the residential definitions relief and the community corrections activity relief will be to give effect to the objectives and policies of the NPSUD in light of the intensification proposed by the plan change. Turning to section 3 of my legal submissions at page 4, I set out the case law on scope, and I say there that while the case law is informative, a broader approach to scope is appropriate in the context of an IPI, and that's an argument that I think you've heard from many other submitters before me. So we rely on section 80E for scope, but also section 77G, subsection 5, paragraph A, which refers to objective 1 of the NPSUD. And that objective is set out there at the bottom of page 5 of my legal submissions in paragraph 3.6. In paragraph 3.9, I say there that while it's clear that a territorial authority has an important function in preparing and notifying an IPI, in my submission, that notified version does not define the legal boundaries of an IPI in terms of scope. And those boundaries are instead defined by the relevant IPI provisions in the Act, which include 80E and Section 77G, subsection 5. I think that might be perhaps where Mr. Fisher and I part company on that point. In paragraph 3.13, I say on page 7 that the decision as to what constitutes related provisions requires an examination not only of the DRS, but and specified MPSUD and Schedule 3A, Clause 6 provisions, but also their broader purpose and the relevant legislative and regulatory context. And turning then to paragraph 4.1, just in terms of the definition there of independent dwelling unit, Plan Change 33 already does propose to amend that existing definition of independent dwelling unit, and that's on the basis that that was to provide closer alignment to the definition of residential unit in the Enabling Act and the National Planning Standards. In my submission, it would be more appropriate just to simply adopt the definition of residential unit in the Enabling Act rather than trying to get closer alignment to that definition. And that definition of independent dwelling unit as amended by Plan Change 33 does include reference to the word household, as well as reference to the definition of reference to the term residential activity. So hence why I say that the relief sought by Arapotama is within scope of the plan change. I just think there's any other points I wanted to make in that context. Just perhaps in terms of natural justice, I did note that the public notice was included, I think, in the legal submissions for Sanderson, and the public notice does explicitly reference that changes to definitions were proposed as part of the plan change. So in my submission, no natural justice issues arise in the context of the relief that Arapotama seeks. I think those are essentially all of my key points. I think the panel probably has quite a good handle on what our arguments are and the differences of opinion between us and council for the district council.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Any questions?
Just one. So in terms of your scope, your submissions around scope to us, you've obviously mentioned the objectives 1 and 2 as supporting your argument. You haven't mentioned any of the policies. So is it your position that the scope, it's just the objectives which are relevant for the determination of the scope, or to what extent do we need to be looking at the policies as well?
I think that the policies are also relevant. I just think that objective 1 seems to be of particular relevance in terms of the well-functioning urban environment.
Thank you. It seems to me, just from my quick look at the policies, they tend to be pretty focused on residential development rather than the broader objectives of enabling people to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being. And I guess I'm just wanting to be clear on where you're submitting. Are you saying that your the scope that Arapotama is seeking just fits under the objectives, or is it fit into some of those policies as well?
I think in terms of the residential relief, it does fit under some of the policies as well.
Okay. And I assume maybe when we come to the substantive, you'll be, or your planner will be addressing those in more detail.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Thomas. I mean, we will get to the substantive issues obviously in due course. But just to be clear in my own mind, there is a distinction obviously being made in terms of definition between an activity and a facility. Are you looking for something more in terms of the facility rather than the activity, or are you just assuming that the facility will follow the changes with respect to your seeking to the activity definition?
No, they are quite different. I think it's, yeah, the definitions, the changes to the definitions around residential activity are to provide for homes in the community which are occupied by people being cared for by Arapotama. Whereas the corrections activity definition is in relation to things like probation activities and that activities of that nature.
All right. So you're just to be clear, then you're not including those activities as part and parcel of what you're looking for.
We are.
Or are you? Let me ask the question the other way around. So you're looking to include those sort of probation services and so on in terms of the redefinitions?
In terms of some zones, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Right, because that's, yeah, and just to be absolutely clear then, because those are included under the National Planning Standard definition. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. That's understood. Thank you very much, and we'll see you or your colleagues later on in the year.
Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Weir, I gather. That's all right. Just take your time. Don't let me hurry you. This is what's the submission number? 171. No, it's not named, is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome, both of you.
Thank you very much indeed. I take it, Mr. Chairman, that you will have read the submissions that we've already made.
Absolutely have, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Apologies from Des and Pam Burt, who'd like to be here, but through illness have not been able to attend. My supplementary statement, Mr. Chairman, makes the point, I think, that zoning and district plan provisions are part of human beings' existence in terms of enjoying the ambience of their environment. My wife and I bought a property up here in Mervyn Place in the new subdivision, a delightful place. We built a house. We relied on the integrity of the district plan provisions to ensure the ambience that we planned for would continue. Now we're confronted with the possibility, because of the direction from central government, that residential areas like ours, and Des and Pam's Burt Place is a similar one to ours, we would be confronted with the possibility of three-story dwellings overshadowing the nice private places that we enjoy the ambience of. In our case, we've got a lovely view. We've got good light. We've got a lovely garden. It's nice to sit outside with the grandchildren, with our little pets, to enjoy that. The prospect of 3 stories adjoining our place, cutting out that enjoyment, we find quite horrific. And I think, Mr. Chairman, over time, that will happen. It may not happen today. It may not happen next year, but it will happen inevitably to people who rely very much on district plan integrity and natural justice principles. Dealing with natural justice, Mr. Chairman, what Parliament has done has demonised the planning system, demonised the town planners, demonised so-called NIMBYs, not in my backyard type people like ourselves. We are not NIMBYs. We take offence at Parliament using its great power to demonise and to discriminate against us. That is not fair. It's, in fact, I suggest, clearly contrary to basic human rights not to be discriminated against. And I really think for local government in New Zealand to follow the lead of Parliament would involve local government being complicit in offending against basic natural justice principles, offending against the integrity of district plans, providing for people to enjoy the ambience of their environment for their health, their safety, their economic and social welfare, which is what Section 5 of the Resource Management Act is about. People and communities being able to plan for and enjoy the environments and have good health, and that is what we're concerned about, Mr. Chairman. I could go on, but I think our submissions make it very clear how strongly we feel. We wouldn't be here simply for ourselves, because that's not the important thing. We think the important thing is human beings that enjoy their little environment that they have at the moment and rely on that integrity of district plans. And that's the young, the old, the rich, the poor. No doubt there would be even High Court judges that perhaps are contemplating about judicial reviews, sitting out in the lovely little side yard or front yard, looking at the view and thinking about things, enjoying their lives. Mental health, Mr. Chairman, is quite crucial to us all. And the enjoyment of our houses is what we think is so important to human beings. There's a saying, the Englishman's home is his castle. That, of course, was the English saying, but you could say that everybody's home is their private little place to get away from it all, to enjoy their lives, to relax. That, Mr. Chairman, is what we're concerned about. And if we go to the supplementary submission that I've made a few points about the Ministry of Justice Chief Legal Counsel in a memo, LPA 010124 of the 16th of September 2021 to the Attorney General of New Zealand, effectively saying that this new, it's the MDRS proposal, which you're well aware of, I'm sure, appears to be consistent with the rights and freedoms affirmed in the Bill of Rights Act. Quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, I think that is wrong in fact and in law. It's interesting to note that the United Nations has various articles concerning what human rights are all about, one of which is enjoying the ambience and the fact that the entitlement to the best possible achievement of good health is part of basic human rights. New Zealand is the signatory to that covenant. I mention in item 6 of page 2 of my supplementary statement, Article 12 of the 30 articles, it declared, this is the United Nations, as universal human rights. This was back in 1946. And it's quite interesting to look at the terminology. It talks about rights to privacy. No one shall be subject to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family home, or correspondence, nor to attacks upon his honour and reputation. Everyone has the right to the protection of the law against such interference and attacks. Section 27 of the Human Rights Act, Mr. Chairman, talks about everybody being entitled to natural justice. And we think that the Parliament has abused its great privileges and power in not according that to many people in New Zealand. It's interesting to note in item 8 of our supplementary submission, Law Link, and this is a March 2022 item, titled New War on NIMBYs. The law change is part of the strategy to stop so-called NIMBYs from stopping new houses being built. NIMBY stands for not in my backyard. It is a pejorative term, that means it's really basically insulting people, for those who disapprove of any development in their neighbourhood that they think may have a negative impact on them. You know, that's pretty harsh stuff. It's true, but that's what Parliament basically is talking about, people like ourselves, be NIMBYs. basically using the term. And I note there was a young fella later on, he was quoted in the media as being a young expert economist that made reference to the fact that he thought that the people in Christchurch who were opposed to the MDRS were selfish people. They were NIMBYs, they were selfish, they were thinking about themselves. Well, sorry, people have a right in law and a right in terms of natural justice to rely on the integrity of district plans and natural justice principles and not be discriminated against. I could go on, Mr. Chairman, but I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. And can I just say you're just very fortunate not to be a practicing planner any longer. Yes. Right. Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Weir? Thank you both for coming today.
Thank you very much.
Is Logan Rainey here, Property Council? Or they're virtual? They're virtual, yes. Oh, yes. Welcome again, Mr. Rainey, for some of us anyway. Right. What do you want to tell us?
You're right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Logan Rainey, and here from Property Council New Zealand. Just want to start off by saying a big thank you for having us. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak and present today. As you know, Property Council is the leading not-for-profit advocate for New Zealand's most significant industry. Property provides a direct contribution to GDP in the Bay of Plenty region of $2 billion. That's roughly 13% of all GDP, and employs just over 11,000 Bay of Plenty residents. Here at Property Council, we advocate for the creation and the retention of a well-designed, functional and sustainable built environment. I'd really state that our purpose is to give out shaping cities where communities thrive. As an organisation, we help connect over 10,000 property professionals and represent over 66 Bay of Plenty based member organisations, and that's across the private, public and charitable sectors. At a high level, I'm really here today to do two key things. One being to outline our support for urban intensification across Tauranga, and secondly, to discuss some of what we see as the key elements of Plan Change 33, with a couple of recommendations we hope will better support new housing supply across the city. To begin with, Property Council strongly welcomes Plan Change 33. All of us know that Tauranga faces significant challenges with housing supply and affordability, challenges with transport congestion, as well as having significant work that needs to be done to ensure the city is resilient to future climate change events. Like other major cities, Tauranga City Council has been required by central government and the National Policy Statement on Urban Development to significantly upzone large parts of Tauranga for new housing supply in order to help address these key challenges. Here at Property Council, we strongly welcome high quality urban intensification, as our members know that this is the key driver of Tauranga achieving these outcomes and achieving ambitions around housing, around the environment, and around social and economic ambitions. Achieving these are critical, and we commend Tauranga City Council for their work to date on Plan Change 33. As an organisation, we support the majority of Plan Change 33's provisions and welcome the commitment to urban intensification from Tauranga City Council. I'd like to turn to a couple of what we refer to as the key elements of Plan Change 33 and have a little bit of a discussion about those today. I'd like to start by making the comment that Property Council supports Tauranga City Council's approach to the medium residential zone. In our mind, this zone gives effect to the requirements of the medium density residential standards as set forth by central government. In terms of walkable catchments, Property Council supports the proposed 400, 800 and 1500 metre walkable catchment standards across Tauranga. In our view, we consider these to be appropriate for Tauranga's current and future built environment, as well as being in alignment with the requirements of the NPSUD. However, we've got one concern in this space, and that is that Plan Change 33 seeks to cap building heights in the walkable catchment around the city centre at 8 stories. In our view, having people living close to the city centre, which is a major employment hub, helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions, reduce commute times, and contributes to a more vibrant built environment that makes better use of existing infrastructure. This is particularly important given Tauranga City Council's recent and significant investment in the city centre, particularly in investments around vibrance and livability. To our mind, major investments such as the Civic Precinct project are on track to deliver a high level of amenity and community facilities in the city centre. In many cases, developments greater than 8 stories may be more appropriate for a particular site in that city centre walkable catchment. This can be true because of feasibility considerations, where a developer could plausibly require, say, 9 stories for development to be economically viable and for that new housing supply to come online. In general terms, we're concerned that an 8-story cap may have unintended consequences from an urban design point of view, such as a standard of dwellings replicated across the walkable catchment all at 8 stories. In a city, from an urban design point of view, we think we should be encouraging a more varied skyline with variation in height across the city centre's walkable catchment to create a more interesting built environment. Accordingly, our first kind of general recommendation is that the hearings panel should look to enable a more permissive approach to height in the walkable catchment around the city centre. This is in order to encourage more residential development. In a similar vein, we're also concerned that Plan Change 33 seeks to change the activity status for residential activities in the commercial zone from a permitted activity to a restricted discretionary activity. In practice, this will add an additional layer of red tape to potential new housing developments, with the change meaning that you would need to apply for a resource consent in order to build or add an apartment in the commercial zone. This is not currently a requirement in the plan and will add complexity to increasing new housing supply in Tauranga. In our view, there's a clear disconnect between this provision and the rest of Plan Change 33. On one hand, Tauranga City Council has put forward a wide suite of policies that are aiming to encourage people to live closer to urban centres and to build new housing supply. On the other hand, this provision adds red tape to residential development, which is within those commercial areas we're trying to encourage people to be closer towards. It's on that basis that our second recommendation for you today is that the hearing panel does not adopt the proposed shift to restricted discretionary activity for building apartments in the commercial zone. Instead, we favour the current status quo approach of residential being a permitted activity within those zones. That concludes our submission for you today. I'd like to once again thank everyone for the opportunity to present on behalf of Property Council. We're generally pretty in favour of Plan Change 33 and really welcome any questions you might have for us today.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Richard, nothing for you. I guess my only question is just, is there really a, well, no, let me ask the question the other way around. What's from a construction or delivery point of view, what's the difference between an 8-story and a 9-story building? Is there anything in particular about that threshold? And you seem to think that there's a there's something magic about that particular threshold. I just wonder whether there is one, or whether that is simply a consequence of you seeking, I guess, less restriction on height.
Yeah, good question. I think that taking a step back and just looking at the economics of development, it's really interesting. So what our members tell us is once you start to leave a more horizontal construction of, say, 2 or 3 stories, you add quite a lot of cost going 4, 5, 6 stories. Developments become far more complex. There are less contractors and construction companies that specialise in that sort of area. And often you'll have additional costs, such as, say, lifts that you won't have at a 2 or 3-story development. So there is a cost to going higher, and the answer to making the cost economically viable is ensuring you can fit a sufficient number of dwellings on that site. We don't have a magic number to share with you. 9 was an example, but in general terms, developments of a higher height, generally speaking, are more viable. And we'd add that in many cases, and we see this around the country from our membership, there's a real tension between the height restrictions and what's feasible for a developer. And you often see developers around the country, be that in Tauranga, Auckland or Hamilton, humming and hawing if the limit is set at, say, 8, is that viable? Or 1 or 2 more, but I could definitely build. At the limit, it becomes a real tension. Where can you save? Where can you drive efficiencies in the build? And it's a different set of economic factors. So from our point of view, we are advocating for a more permissive approach to height. We think that that's in line with the intent of central government in delivering the NPSUD. And we think that's a real benefit to the city, provides a more varied skyline, that ensures that more developments of more housing supply are feasible and affordable. And we think those are factors that should be encouraged.
Well, thank you for that. Can I ask, are you intending on presenting evidence at the second hearing?
We're working through what our further involvement in the hearings panel process will be.
All right. It's just if you were, it would be quite helpful to have some sort of analysis as to what that sort of height threshold, where it begins to make sense from an economic return point of view. I mean, I'm mindful back when sitting on the Auckland Unitary Plan, we had lots of developers coming before us saying that we should move from 6 to 8 stories because 5 and 6 is where you start putting lifts in and profit starts coming back up again when you go to 6 to 8. And now I'm hearing an argument that says, oh no, it's not 8, it's 9 or 10 now. So it would be quite useful to actually get some evidential basis for that sort of threshold. I'll just leave that with you.
I appreciate that.
Right. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Appreciate your time today, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
Great. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're scheduled for a tea break now, but I mean, I don't know if 12 Woods or Sanderson. Right. If you want to come forward now and. So which one is this? 12 acres. It's Mr. Stemmer, is it, or Mrs. Stemmer? Right. Thank you very much. That's all right. It's just being sorted. So if you just sit yourself down and. Right. Do we have any submissions? All right, we're ready to go. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. And may it please the panel, my name is Michael Stemmer, and I appear on behalf of 12 Acre Wood Residents Association Incorporated. I'm a retired lawyer and operated a legal practice in Greerton, Tauranga for 27 years. My wife and I are 12 Acre Wood residents. 12 Acre Wood is an incorporated society which owns the roads of Contour Avenue and Jarrah Park Drive, situated off Pies Park Road. There are 78 houses, and the registered owners are members of the incorporated society. 12 Acre Wood was developed by Colin and Pat Henderson in the early 2000s. They had a vision of creating a beautiful park-like environment with facilities including a tennis court and 2 swimming pools. The park-like environment and distinct flora are unique to Tauranga. More detail concerning 12 Acre Wood's special features will be discussed in session 2. Other qualifying matters under section 77, capital IJ of the Housing Amendment Act. This section, together with section 77L, is set out in my appendix C. 12-acre wood has been classified as a high-density residential zone because of its proximity to the Piers Park Shopping Centre. Our submission, number 209, states 12-acre wood has special characteristics which equate to a qualifying matter for the purposes of 77IJ of the Housing Amendment Act. What are 12-acre wood's principal concerns in this strategic hearing? Firstly, there's been no evaluation of 12-acre wood's special characteristics by the Tauranga City Council as required under section 77L of the Housing Amendment Act. Secondly, Tauranga City Council's approach to 77IJ is too narrow and restrictive. What have been the approaches of other councils and territorial authorities? A number of other councils and territorial authorities recognise special character areas in their district plans, namely Whangarei, Auckland, Hamilton, Wellington and Christchurch. I have attached as Appendix A an information sheet from the Auckland City Council on its special character areas. Auckland City Council surveyed and considered 21,000 residential properties to identify which exhibited qualifying matters to enable a departure from medium density rules. Significant areas in Auckland City were deemed inappropriate for medium density housing because of their special character. Auckland City Council's evaluation included many field surveys as well as desktop surveys. By contrast, I then considered the approach of Tauranga City Council. Tauranga City Council, in its Section 32 report on PC 33, stated it assessed a total of 20 qualifying matters. The following information was obtained from Section 6 of that report. Under the qualifying matter, outstanding natural features and landscapes, 42 properties were considered by the Tauranga City Council. Under the qualifying matter, significant ecological areas, 19 properties were considered by council. 7 of those properties are owned by Tauranga City. 34 sites across the city were considered by council under the built heritage qualifying matter. Built heritage equates, I believe, to special character areas in other cities. I suggest that Tauranga City Council has taken a very narrow and restrictive approach to its consideration of qualifying matters. The council approach needs to be more comprehensive and more properties and sites need to be considered. Furthermore, this narrow approach to qualifying matters by Tauranga City Council does a disservice to our city and its residents. The approach does not protect, amongst other qualifying matters, built heritage, outstanding natural features, and ecological areas. Why is a broad approach to Section 77 IJ preferable? I submit it is preferable because, firstly, Section 77 IJ is meaningless otherwise. Secondly, qualifying matters become limited to the specific qualifying matters set out in paragraphs A to I of that section. And thirdly, a broad approach is what Parliament intended. My final conclusion, I further submit that 12-acre wood has special characteristics and amenity values worthy of consideration and evaluation by TCC under Section 77IJ and Section 77L of the Housing Amendment Act. 12 Acre Wood believes the above characteristics and amenity values are a qualifying matter which makes high or medium density development inappropriate. Basically, 12 Acre Wood is wanting an evaluation by the council, and it's also suggesting the current approach by council to qualifying matters is too restrictive, and it needs to be broader to protect our beautiful city. Those are my submissions. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks to the panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stammer. Sorry, my battery's gone on the other one, so I need to repeat that. So do I take it from your submission that TAW is not planning on bringing its own detailed argument for special character recognitions, a QM, to the second hearing, when you say in your final submission to us that you're looking for council to do that evaluation?
It was my understanding that it was council's job to do the evaluation. If I'm wrong in that, we would be happy to do an evaluation.
No, I mean, it was just a question, really, rather than a statement from my point of view. It's as to, I mean, obviously, in order for us to contemplate taking this any further forward, and we would need to have evidence for it. And my question was, who's going to present us with that evidence? So,
12 Acre would be happy to present that evidence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just one question from me. In relation to your submissions and seeking basically some form of, I guess, qualifying matter, which is a special character area, is it just limited to 12 Acre Wood, or is your submission broader in that you're seeking that a broader approach is taken across the city to include character areas similar to what has been included in qualifying matters and other plan changes like this throughout the country?
Firstly, we're mainly interested in 12 Acre Wood, but secondly, we would like to see the Tauranga City take a much broader approach to protect the built heritage, natural landscapes in Tauranga. I believe, and I'll give you an example, in Section 6 of the Section 32 report by Tauranga City Council, they considered the sand dunes and the beach and said, well, they are already protected, and because there's no housing there, then it's not a qualifying matter, which basically means, I think, that you can build right up to the sand dunes, shade the beach with, 6-story buildings, and the Tauranga City says, well, we're not worried about that. Well, I don't think the residents of Tauranga want to turn our beach at the Mount into surface paradise. So that's the type of approach I think that Tauranga City Council has taken. And I think they need to be more robust and also consult with residents and have a much broader approach to qualifying matters.
So your resident society, I think you say, owns all of the roads.
We own the roads.
Yeah, you own those.
12 Acre Wood, and then the houses around are owned by the individuals who are all members of the Incorporated Society.
So as a residents association, do you have any controls via covenants or whatever over what happens anyway, irrespective of the zoning?
Yes, we do. And all residents must comply with the rules of the Incorporated Society. And those rules include, amongst other things, a prohibition on infill housing. But we take the view that that our area is not appropriate for high density or medium density. And of course, if anybody tried to erect high density housing in the area, we would be forced to go to the High Court to stop them. We don't think that that's appropriate, right? We think that we have an area which is distinct, right, has special characteristics, and therefore we should be exempt from the high density and also the medium density rules. Of course, there are a lot of covenants in Tauranga, so this applies to a lot of areas, really.
All right, thank you very much. Just a question: is it, and you may know this from your practice, but is the covenant that TAW has over its ownership, is that similar to covenants, other covenants, restrictive covenants elsewhere, or is it quite special and separately sort of elaborated?
It's quite specific in that it states that the residents must comply with the rules of the incorporated society.
Right,
it's the rules which
the rules set outside.
Set out the
they set
restrictions.
outside.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. And those rules, they can be amended, and the requirement is ongoing to comply with any amended rules?
Yes. And of course, they've been amended at the moment because the Incorporated Societies Act is in a requires amendments to be put forward within the next 2 or 3 years.
So could the rules be amended to allow infill development?
Yes, they could be, but it would require a majority of the residents, which is highly unlikely.
So it is a bit different to where you've got a covenant itself sitting on the title, which prohibits you from.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. That's useful.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much to the panel, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bocco, you're quite happy to come a little bit early, are you?
I sure am. If it means you'll all end up earlier for the day too, that might be quite helpful.
Excellent. Right. Well, you don't get an extended amount of time just because you're early. Yes. Yeah. Right.
No, kia ora, everyone. I'm Alex Booker and I'm representing Sanderson Management Limited. So I've heard you say to some of the other submitters that you've pre-read the legal submissions, and I don't intend to read those out to you. So you're lucky today. But I will send this, noting that I was the last submitter today. But I will spend just a couple of minutes introducing the submission at the high level. So Sanderson specialises in retirement villages and aged care services. And the essence of the submission that they made was they were concerned that Plan Change 33 didn't provide adequate housing generally or adequate options for the ageing population. The operative plan had included some sort of specific retirement village provisions, and they had been dropped out by Plan Change 33. So there were some specific submission points made on that aspect as well. Sanderson Management has also sought to further intensify particular areas of the Mount Maunganui for higher density residential activity, and seeking within that walkable catchment of the commercial centre a more permissible height in terms of the mount. We, or Sanderson Management through its experts, have been involved in expert conferencing, and I know there's a number of matters that were raised in the submission, particularly in relation to, say, retirement villages, that's been resolved, and there's other matters that will continue to be discussed with further expert evidence, I think, from the council later this month in July. And just to confirm that Sanderson Management also intends to bring experts and company representatives to its substantive hearings, and they will call evidence on all these matters made in the submission. In terms of this hearing, obviously this is on scope, and it's worth noting the council hasn't indicated any of the points made in the submission are outside scope. And I just acknowledge that they have also stated in their legal submission that it's consistent with the statutory intent those submissions that seek to give effect to policy 3 and residential and non-residential zones within the urban environment. And they consider that to be on the plan change, which we'd agree with. And a point that's obviously not directly concerning us, but one thing I would urge the panel is, when considering what's on a plan change, this shouldn't be too narrowly construed. Here we're quite different to the normal plan change sort of process where a council notifies that with their discretion, whereas here we've got an express statutory duty to incorporate medium density and then to give effect to policy 3, which is quite focused on residential and the adjacency with commercial centres. And other than that, I didn't really have any key points to raise. That's sort of a summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Booker. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just in relation to your para 26, you've said there that listed the section 42A report identifying 8 key themes. And then you've sort of gone on to talk about it's not clear if each of these themes will be identified for a separate hearing. Just wanting to clarify with you, are you seeking a topic-based order for the substantive hearing? Is that the sort of the purpose of that submission, or is something else intended?
No, good point. What I was looking at in particular there is that the list of themes given by the officer's report, I didn't know whether that was going to be in the order that they were going to appear, and I would have thought that having the commercial matters up front, which then obviously help assist with interpretation of policy 3, would make a bit more sense. And I do understand that there will be some expert conferencing on those matters by the end of this month, which may assist as well going to hearing.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that. I mean, we will be advising, obviously, shortly the way in which we're going to deal with topic 2, with session 2. I mean, and it's almost certain to be topic based. I suspect we haven't had that conversation yet, but I think we're more likely to go down that track than anything else. So it's helpful to make that suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have been involved in other IPI processes where they did topic-based, and it did make a lot of sense.
Yeah, yes, it does. Fraser.
Thank you. I have one question relating to your paragraph 7. You referred to at the end of it, this means adequate provision for our elderly population should be specifically provided through PC 33 as they were in the previous residential suburban zone. So I take it when you talk about the previous, that's the current zone?
Correct. So the operative Tauranga City Plan had a number of policies which we set out in our submission, which have been removed, but there haven't been. So policy at paragraph 18 of the submission, I set out some of those specific provisions for retirement villages, integrating development of resources. It gave a lot more flexibility in thinking, and they've just been removed through this process. But correct, operative plan.
Okay, and in your opinion, did you feel that those previous provisions met the needs of retirement villages?
I think that's probably more of an evidence-based question, but in terms of how I could assist answering that, they did acknowledge when you read them that on larger sites there could be more provision for retirement villages where effects were appropriate. And they did have another policy saying providing for retirement villages on large sites with greater density of development. So there's sort of an express recognition within those existing policies that retirement villages, by their nature, their functional and operational aspects, could provide greater density than, say, a private housing development. So I think that's what I was angling at in that paragraph. That and some of the submissions Sanderson has sought is to remove those density provisions for retirement villages and enable that to be considered on a site-by-site basis.
Okay, thank you.
It's just thinking aloud on that last issue. I guess one of the questions is that obviously the MDRS covers a lot wider range of what were previously zones, residential zones, than simply the residential suburban. And it may well be, you might want to think about in terms of briefing your planner when they come forward to actually discuss the issue as to whether or not the sort of what you're looking to have introduced should be more, specified locationally a lot more than a generic zone objective or policy, if you understand what I'm getting at, rather than having it across the entire Tauranga city, basically. So it'd be useful to hear as whether there is a cogent argument that suggests, more sort of precinct-based type approach to these sorts of activities. But as I say, that's just top of the head.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, and I'll pass that to our planning team.
Did you want to say anything else? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Booker, and thank you for being so short and sharp. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Ron, and I really appreciate the accommodation via Zoom.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's adjourn until tomorrow morning at presumably 9 o'clock, is it? Yes, 9 o'clock with Blue Haven. So thank you, everybody.